guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. All 12 jurors have been selected for the hush money criminal trial involving former President Trump in New York City. The presiding judge declared, "Our jury is now complete, comprising 7 men and 5 women." Selection of the 6 alternates is underway, with the judge aiming to finalize the process by Friday. Earlier Thursday, 2 seated jurors were dismissed from the panel, one after inquiries into his arrest record, while another was excused due to concerns about media exposure of her identity. Republican Mike Johnson appears to need Democratic support to advance his foreign aid package. The House Speaker intends to schedule distinct votes on aid allocations for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, along with a separate bill concerning the border.
My philosophy is you do the right thing and you let the chips fall where they may. If I operated out of fear over a motion to vacate, I would never be able to do my job.
Some conservatives contend that linking the border issue to Ukraine would compel Democratic support, and they're cautioning Johnson of potential consequences if he continues with his current strategy. President Biden garnering significant support as more than a dozen members of the renowned Kennedy family endorsed him at a gathering in Philadelphia Thursday.
This campaign is about Trump versus Biden, and what we need to do today is focus on Biden winning.
That's Kerry Kennedy, daughter of the late senator and presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy. Authorities are continuing their investigation into the origins of the Maui fires from last year, which claimed the lives of 101 people. According to a report by the Hawaii Attorney General, a significant windstorm caused power lines to topple in Lahaina, igniting the initial fire. Although the initial blaze was extinguished, it was subsequently rekindled by strong winds. Google is firing 28 employees following protests over labor conditions and the company's contract to supply cloud computing and AI services to the Israeli government and military. This is USA News.
Attention! This is a public notice from the Social Security Disability Helpline. If you're one of the millions of Americans who are disabled and unable to work, you may be eligible for disability benefits from Social Security. Receiving benefits is your right. If you suffer from physical or mental disability, whether you're applying for the first time or you've already been denied, we can help. We'll evaluate your situation and deal with Social Security on your behalf. Best of all, there's no fee until you receive your benefits. Remember, we only get paid if you win your case. There are many reasons and conditions that may make you eligible for disability benefits. Many of them you may not be aware of. So if you're disabled and unable to work, call now to get started with your free, no-obligation consultation.
800-362-9337. 800-362-9337. That's 800-362-9337.
According to a recent Harvard Kennedy School poll, only 9% of young Americans believe the United States is heading in the right direction, while 58% think it's going the wrong way. Despite this, over half of them expressed intentions to vote for President Biden in the upcoming election, with 53% stating they definitely plan to cast their vote. The White House has made it clear that President Biden's uncle was not eaten by cannibals. While speaking at 2 campaign stops in Pennsylvania Wednesday, Biden mentioned that his uncle Ambrose Finnegan was killed during World War II and then made a reference to cannibalism.
He got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Thursday aboard Air Force One, the White House press secretary informed reporters that Biden was simply expressing his immense pride in Finnegan and that there is no truth to the claim that he was eaten by New Guinea natives in 1944. A recent report from the anti-death penalty organization Reprieve reveals that black inmates sentenced to death by lethal injection experienced botched procedures at significantly higher rates than their white counterparts. The report indicates that black prisoners have a 220% greater likelihood of enduring a botched execution compared to white prisoners. Prince Harry has formally designated the United States as his main residence. In recent business filings, he identified the U.S. as his new country/state of usual residence. Since stepping back from the royal duties in 2020, he and Meghan Markle have established their home in California. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, let's get a new day underway. How about Friday? Here it comes, ready or not, 19th day of April. Set to roll into the weekend. It's a great to have you on board early on as we get things started here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a cloudy night outside the secret bunker at this hour. Yeah, some rain headed our way. Matter of fact, it's going to be a rainy night for much of the Midwest and on down into the Mississippi, Tennessee Valley region. Severe thunderstorm watches extending from central Arkansas all the way up into south-central Indiana. We have seen some stronger storms pushing across that Indiana-Kentucky line. Still some warned storms in south-central Indiana. And again, numerous counties in what's considered central Kentucky. Moving your way. Some of these will be heading over toward the Louisville area within probably the hour. Yeah, some of the heavier rains extending from just east of Indianapolis, again, all the way down into central portions of Kentucky, and that line extends all the way back in north-central Arkansas. Now, areas from southern Michigan through much of northern Indiana, it's your general, light to moderate rain with a few pockets of heavier showers. Then maybe a few rumbles of thunder, as I said, east of Indianapolis, and that line pushing into the Louisville area. So we start things off right there with, traveler's weather, as we like to call it, headed into the weekend. This storm system going to push away from the Central Plains and cross the middle Mississippi Valley here Thursday night into Friday, and thunderstorms continue to erupt along that warm front over the Midwest. Could be looking at, again, all modes of severe weather. Thursday night, the main threat's going to be straight line winds, high winds, maybe some large hail, and torrential downpours. Areas tonight, St. Louis, eventually down to Little Rock, Arkansas, Dallas, Texas, Evansville, Indiana. The heaviest rains have already cleared Evansville, but it is still indeed raining as we speak there. Although the threat of tornadoes should be low with the situation tonight, we know all it takes is one tornado spin-up that can cause damage and be life-threatening. Some of the segments of the storm is going to, as they call it, bow out. And that means strong, straight-line winds. And that's why we're seeing some of these storms coming across southern Indiana into Kentucky, 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds with some of those storms. So downbursts caused by the strong currents of air rushing down from within a thunderstorm, then spreading out across the landscape. All right, at the very least, thunderstorms going to be rumbling from central Alabama to northern Georgia and parts of the Carolinas as we progress through the day Friday, by Friday afternoon and on into Friday evening. Yeah, some of those storms could be heavy and gusty once again. Severe weather activity with damaging winds and hail will be localized as we progress into a Friday. Then that front's going to slow down and maybe even stall along a line from Texas to the southeastern states. Over the weekend, we will see several rounds of additional showers and thunderstorms. The risk of flooding may return along the I-20 corridor in the south-central USA this weekend. Now that, I mentioned last evening, doesn't sound like it bodes well for racing action Talladega this weekend, as the NASCAR Cup Series is back at the iconic Talladega Speedway, the Geico 500. And the latest indeed says Mother Nature may have other plans for Sunday. Multiple weather reports out of the state of Alabama show that rain is in the forecast for Sunday. Temperatures are set to drop into the 50s. Yeah, rain is at 97 to 100% in the forecast there. Now, that forecast is easily rough for the other days of the weekend. Could force NASCAR to scrap or reschedule several other race days as well. Everything's kind of in limbo. As a result, NASCAR may be forced to move the race to Monday. And that obviously is a situation fans are not looking forward to. Some of the comments, bummer for those going. It means the races are going to be ferocious, usually meaning more wrecks. Now, if I were there, it'd be a beautiful day. One of these years, I'll be back, sending you guys luck for sunshine instead of rain at Talladega. Another less than ideal conditions Sunday afternoon. Nothing worse than a chilly rain at the racetrack. The system does clear out pretty quickly. Conditions are looking much better for Monday. And one other that's heading that way, I was really looking forward to a great weekend at Talladega. Apparently, they forgot the Mother Nature payoff this year. NASCAR Cup teams want to make sure you've got your rain covers. Forecast not looking good. We'll see you on Monday, maybe. Will we get a race in on Sunday, or will the Geico 500 be moved to Monday instead? Yeah, we'll play it by ear. Nonetheless, one way or another, there will eventually be some racing action at Talladega for the upcoming weekend. Is Old Man Winter done yet? Apparently not. We'll break down in the coming weeks. Forecasters with AccuWeather are looking at some freeze and frost conditions, especially along the northern tier of the country, with several systems, including, matter of fact, I think we've got freeze warnings in place tonight as we look at the current radar and the map depicting much of Iowa. The northern half of the state is under freeze warnings. Most of the central and southern portions of the state are under frost advisories tonight. Freeze warnings for northeastern Nebraska, southeastern South Dakota, on up into west central portions of Wisconsin tonight. Now, that's the cold front associated with the storms that are pushing through the southeast out and ahead of that system. So we'll break more on that down for you coming up as we move ahead. Meanwhile, who's checking in? Arizona window truck just leaving Perry, Oklahoma, headed back up north for a long weekend. Enjoy your weekend there, Kevin. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's Friday. I mean, it's casual Friday, Southern style. And somewhere deep beneath the earth crust, the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Mr. Summers throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Make sure to stay Bill your lane. The overnight drive's about to hammer down at 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit. Call in, be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Kick back, relax, heat up that cup of joe, and snuggle with whomever or whatever. It's showtime. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find 'em, grind 'em. Are you with me, as always? Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everybody have a great weekend. Got one cat had four kittens, one of which passed away. All right, it's Friday, everyone. Hello, Stephen. It's been a crazy week. Hope everybody's doing well there. Dave says TGIF. Yes. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe. It's the last round for the week to Schenectady, 48 degrees in Socrates, New York. Sugar ties, Socrates. What is it there, horse feathers? Let's see. Brain dead. I guess it's back to work, right? Yeah, I know. It's Monday. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday for me. Starting off to be one. It's partly cloudy, 68 at the airport here. A lot of things have happened in regards to the officer shooting last week. I haven't really, I know you mentioned that last evening. I hadn't seen much about that. I guess they're obviously giving it a lot of coverage in the region there, in and around Memphis. Maybe he can give us a full report this morning. Now it's time to deliver the groceries, and yes, indeed, we will check in later in the program. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull haulers, 61 rain in Evansville, Indiana. We've got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded, headed back west to the Centennial State at a high rate of speed. An epic night for trucking. Special one-night-only Hoosier shout-out to Marianne. And that would actually be Debbie has got the special driver, the Woodpecker, there. So we'll give a shout-out to Marianne as well as Debbie and Woodpecker. How's that sound? There you go. Shorty, I-77, northbound, Bastion, Virginia. 54 degrees. We are Columbus bound. I'm going to be off next week. Me and Bambi are going to head to Gatlinburg. Now, keep me in your prayers. I was supposed to have a prostate biopsy on April 30th, but I've decided now to seek an MRI for a prostate scan. So I'm waiting for the urologist to call back on my decision there. All right. Hope everything is well there, right? Double trucker. It's Friday, 59 degrees, beautiful night in Lodi, and I'm ready to head back home. 46 degrees in north central Kansas with Norman checking in. The wind's quite blowing, sitting at the home 20 off duty till Monday. Have a good morning, good night. All right. Hello, Daniel, checking in from Glendon, Minnesota tonight. 34 degrees, some of that chilly air. Yes, indeed. Susan, hello, Susan. Good to have you on board. She misses me on my old place. Buckeye Boy checking in from Lantana, Florida. 75 degrees. Gonna start getting a little warmer here. Got to play a round of golf today. Yeah, a little too much sun. I'll stay out of it for probably part today. The most part, yes, I'm seeing the news. Israel indeed retaliating against Iran. But not many details at this point in time. We will share with you what we have at this point. That all just began unfolding literally a matter of hours ago. So scant details, but I can tell you this. The oil markets immediately reacting to this. Oil prices jumping like out of the box, up 3% in early Friday morning trading. We'll see where that trend goes as more details come in. Anyway, have a great night, better weekend, and everybody be careful out there. Hello, Miss Millie. Hello, thanking you for all the great weather updates. They are the best. Thank you, Miss Millie. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day it is. Got Nature's Light Show starting to come into view on Interstate 71 in Kentucky. Got the regular run tonight, planned to be taking Saturday night till Wednesday morning off for my 24th wedding anniversary. All right, well, happy early wedding anniversary there, Eskimo Mom. We don't have any specific plans yet. We'll come up with something, though. Windy, got the clouds picking up, 72 by the Kentucky Speedway at this hour. Be safe, have a great weekend when yours rolls around. There's Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 68 degrees in Sacramento, California. He's just checking in. Santa Claus out. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Lauren says, I thought I put Debbie in my, he thought he typed in Debbie. Wow, I must be trucking too hard. Forgive me, Debbie. We're in the clear. Rubber Duck. Indy is in the rain tonight. Hey, Rubber Duck, I had a interesting story about the car haulers, and I know you're part of the car hauler community. Stick around. I want to get to that, maybe see if I can get your feedback, your input on what's going on there. Rather interesting. So, yes, underway on a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, speaking of Miss Debbie, she does chime in this morning. Good morning, Steve. It's a nice 67 here in Indiana. However, it's gonna drop. Temperatures here in a little bit because we got a storm getting ready to come through. Looks like we could get a little bit rocky here with the weather. Also wanted to tell you about something we saw on our way home from the walk Sunday. Coming through Miami University, they had the Uber Eats robots that were trying to cross the roads. It was kind of cool watching them try to come across the street. Then they would stop because there were so many cars. They didn't know what to do. Hoping everybody stays safe out there today, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a fantastic Friday and a wonderful weekend. I think they've been running those robots up and down the sidewalks, and they've got across the streets here and there. And I've never seen them. I've seen some of the videos there out of Miami University. But hey, before we forget, of course, we've got to check in with our friend that always likes to remind us.
Yeah, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
There it is.
Casual Friday.
Hello, Captain Ron.
Well, it's Brain Dead's greatest day of the week for him.
Monday.
So, Scarecrow, is it Casual Friday without Scarecrow? He's not going to be here.
He's not going to be here this morning. Yeah, I think you've been tapped as the fill-in, right?
Well, yeah, I guess, but I was texting with him, and he said something about a camera or video and his butt, but I don't know. I said if there wasn't no pictures, nothing happened.
Right.
So, you watch drag racing, right?
I do, yeah.
You know, they got the Camaro and the Mustang and the Toyota, you know, and the funny cars and the pro stocks. But what on God's green earth makes those top grill dragsters a Toyota?
Now, that I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
You got any idea on that one?
No, sir.
One of them said it was Toyota Sequoia.
Okay.
But it don't look like no Sequoia that I've ever seen.
Right.
But anyway, so I don't have anything else. I was just letting you know what was going on with the Scarecrow. Something about a camera and his butt.
Okay, I appreciate the info. All right, thank you very much.
If I think it's anything, I'll call you back.
Have a
Thanks
good
for
morning.
taking my call.
Hey, safe travels out there. Speaking of racing, drag racing, hey, it's about to get underway today. East Coast, West Coast. Hot Shot Secret will be there. I know Kyle flew out about 6 hours ago. Should be on the ground for the Desert Diesel Nationals, kicking off the National Hot Rod Diesel Association, the biggest truck show in Arizona that kicks off today. Firebird Motorsports Park there in Chandler, Arizona. Not sure who's going to be on the East Coast here. Who's heading out? It's the Rudy's Spring Truck Jam. Now, this will be the Outlaw Diesel Super Series' second event of the season after they opened things up there in Orlando a couple weeks ago. This is described as the largest diesel event on the East Coast at Rockingham Dragway in North Carolina. The official Rudy's Spring Truck Jam 2024. Both of those kick off today and run through the day on Saturday. Obviously be watching for some live updates and video feeds from our Hot Shot Secret. Kyle's always posting things to keep us up to speed. So, all right, let me give you the latest here before we get to some of our industry headlines. This, again, all unfolding just in the last few hours. 24 hours ago, it seemed as though Israel was kind of taking a step back, right? Seriously contemplating maybe holding off on any sort of retaliatory response on Iran because they've got their plate pretty damn full right now with what's going on. So here we are, Thursday evening into Friday morning. An Israeli airstrike has targeted at least One site in Iran, which has been confirmed this past evening, reports are pouring in of explosions in Syria that are also reportedly linked to Israeli airstrikes. Again, limited confirmable details. Explosions reported in Isfahan, as well as Natanz in central Iran, which is home to significant facilities for Iran's nuclear program. At least 3 large explosions were heard near Isfahan. Iran's state-run Fars news agency reported explosions were heard in the Isfahan airport. Now, that's roughly 15 miles south of the Iranian capital of Tehran. Reuters reported that an air defense system had been activated in the Isfahan province. Now, Iran announced that all flights headed to the cities of Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz, the airports of the west, northwest, and southwest, have been suspended. Also, Fars reported that an explosion was heard in a city northwest of Isfahan. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name of that city. Also, Syrian ground forces were targeted in Isra in southern Syria. We'll give you more coming up here.
USA News Update. Republican Mike Johnson appears to need Democratic support to advance his foreign aid package. The House Speaker intends to schedule individual votes on aid allocations for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, along with a separate bill concerning the border.
My philosophy is you do the right thing and you let the chips fall where they may. If I operated out of fear over a motion to vacate, I would never be able to do my job.
Some conservatives caution Johnson of potential consequences if he continues with his current strategy. 2 out of the 7 seated jurors in President Trump's hush money criminal trial are being dismissed from the panel. One was released after inquiries into his arrest record, while another was excused due to concerns about media exposure of her identity. Google is firing 28 employees following protests over labor conditions and the company's contract to supply cloud computing and AI services to the Israeli government and military. John Schaefer, USA News.
I'd like to introduce you to our new sponsor, Get the Tea. Get the Tea carries all natural, non-GMO organic teas and supplements made in the USA. Get the Tea's ingredients are the purest available. My favorite is Life Change Tea. Life Change Tea is a gentle daily cleanse containing 12 herbs that when combined really keep things moving. I drink it every day and my energy has never been better. I'm feeling great. Life Change Tea comes in 3 delicious flavors, natural, peppermint, and pomegranate. It's an easy and delicious way to keep your digestion on track. And for those on the go, try D365. D365 is Life Change Tea in a capsule. Drink the tea or take D365 capsules and keep your digestion running smoothly. Go to getthetea.com and enter discount code USA to get 10% off any size order. That's getthetea.com, discount code USA for 10% off your order.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, obviously got the phone lines open on a Friday at 844-844-3388. Let me take you to the Times of Israel, some of the updates over the past hour. Tehran, Iran's media, local media, says that the nuclear facilities in the central city of Isfahan were completely secure. Let me see. After explosions were heard near that area. Israel's military tells the AFP that we don't have a comment at this time when asked about reports of explosions and strikes in Iran and Syria. The Prime Minister's office refusing to confirm to the Times of Israel that Israel is behind those explosions. Meanwhile, U.S. officials are telling American news outlets that Israel carried out the attacks. The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem issued a security alert to employees and their family members restricting their travel to the Tel Aviv, Beersheba, and Jerusalem areas, citing an abundance of caution following reports that the retaliatory strike in Iran had taken place. This is going to be the tit for tat. Back and forth we go, right? Let's see. Israel notified the U.S. that it intended to attack Iran in the next 24 to 48 hours. That was the word that had come down. Bloomberg News quoted two unnamed U.S. officials who say Israel gave the U.S. a heads up Thursday that they had planned the attack in the next day or two. Iranian officials telling local outlets and Reuters that there was no successful missile strike, that any explosions were the result of Iran's missile defenses. New York Times quotes three Iranian officials confirming that a strike hit a military airbase near Isfahan without saying what country carried out the attack. What else? Iranian air defenses say they have shot down 3 drones allegedly launched by Israel. They said we fired 500 suicide drones and missiles. Now they respond with 3 of those quadcopters, all of which were shut down. They just say that they didn't inform America before, he adds with emoji smiles, in an apparent jab at recent tensions in relations between Israel and the United States. So, one other, Dubai Fly Dubai Airlines has canceled flights to Iran after receiving an official alert. in line with the issued NOTAM, as they call it, Notice to Air Missions. Our flights to Iran today have been canceled. This is a low-cost carrier. Okay, that's pretty much the latest we had from the Israel Times. Now, before this retaliatory strike from Israel on Iran occurred this past evening, earlier in the day, Iran said that they could strike Israeli nuclear sites in the event of a retaliatory strike. Where does this go? Iran could alter their peaceful nuclear doctrine, and if Israel targets Iranian nuclear sites, we will surely and categorically reciprocate with advanced missiles against their own nuclear sites. That was a senior commander with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel was considering retaliating against Tehran. Obviously, again, this was before word of the actual strike had come in. Tehran has repeatedly claimed their nuclear program is for civilian purposes. Israel's accused Iran of attempting to obtain nuclear strike capability and has long pledged not to allow that to happen. So these are all breaking details. Oil prices, with word of this immediately jumping $3 a barrel early Friday in reaction to the reported strike. Benchmark contracts surged more than $3, then eased slightly. Latest report says Brent futures are up $2.63 a barrel or 3%, $89.74 a barrel. The most active U.S. West Texas Intermediate contract climbing $2.56 per barrel or 3.1% at $84.66 per barrel. As they explained, Iran's Fars news agency said explosions were heard at an airport in the Iranian city of Isfahan. Several flights being diverted over Iranian airspace. If these reports turn out to be true, fears of further escalation will only grow, as well as concerns that we're potentially moving closer towards a situation where oil supply risks lead to actual supply disruptions. Warren Patterson is the head of the commodities strategy at ING. Of course, the reports have sparked worry that Israel responding to Iran's drone and missile attack over the weekend. Investors have been closely monitoring Israel's reaction to that drone strike. The geopolitical risk premium in oil prices had actually been unwinding a bit this week on the perception that any Israeli retaliation would be moderated by international pressure. Now, in global crude oil supply, Venezuela lost a key U.S. license, allowing the OPEC member to export oil to markets globally. This past day, the United States also announced sanctions on Iran, additional sanctions. Of course, another OPEC member targeting its unmanned aerial vehicle after the country's drone strike. Now, they did say the U.S. new sanctions did not impact the Iranian oil scenario. So that's where we stand as we get a Friday underway. Yeah, casual Friday, you think? It is 844-844-3388. Okay, on to the industry headlines here. A Florida-based auto hauler, Proficient Auto Transport, is the lead company in the process of rolling up several other auto haulers with plans to take itself public in an initial public offering, or IPO. In a prospectus filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission made public last week, Proficient Auto Logistics was introduced as the name of the company that will acquire 5 auto haulers at the time the APO or the IPO goes through. Delta Automotive Services, Deluxe Auto Carriers, Sierra Mountain Group, Tribeca Automotive, and Proficient Auto Transport would be the names of those companies. Now, the IPO, when complete, will add a publicly traded trucking company to the investment community after several truckload or trucking-related companies have disappeared in recent years due to acquisitions, citing the likes of USA Truck, U.S. Express, Echo Global Logistics, Daesk, and Travel Centers of America. Proficient Auto Logistics will be listed on the NASDAQ as PAL. An attorney named on the prospectus filed with the SEC told FreightWaves that Proficient executives cannot speak about the IPO as the company is in so-called what they call a silent period during the SEC registration leading up to the actual sale offering. Proficient Auto Transport's CEO appears to be the leading force for the roll-up and the IPO. That would be Randy Beggs. Mr. Beggs will be supported by a highly talented group of tenured auto transportation and logistics veterans who have an average 25 years experience operating in the auto transportation and logistics subsector, according to the prospectus there. Among those executives are a couple of board of director members with backgrounds at the less-than-truckload carrier Saia. One is Richard Odell, the former CEO, who stepped down from that role back in 2020. The other is Douglas Cole, who's with Saia now as an executive vice president and chief financial officer. One of the philosophies, they say, of Proficient Auto Logistics, the name of the parent company, is to maintain local expertise. That description in the prospectus kind of echoes the way that TFI International operates, and Daesk did that same thing. Make an acquisition, let it operate on its own. We anticipate members of management of the companies in the initial roll-up and the companies to be acquired in the future will continue to maintain local control of their daily operations. We believe this approach will enable us to take advantage of the local and regional market knowledge, name recognition, and customer relationships that are processed by each acquired company, while still allowing us to bring greater operating efficiency to the larger platform, they tried to explain. So, all right, the new parent will acquire the 5 founding companies for approximately $180.4 million. That figure includes Proficient Auto Transport. The companies will be acquired for a mix of cash and stock in the new Proficient Auto Logistics. Also, the IPO plan foresees all 5 companies being vital to the overall deal, and the roll-up will not be executed unless the entire quintet, all 5, can be acquired. That's interesting. Now, the prospectus said the combined companies, will have access to approximately 1,130 trucks, including 615 company-owned tractors and trailers, as of November 30th, 2023. Now, the prospectus, which is pretty customary, lacks certain financial details like the anticipated price of the share or what the size of the IPO, the initial public offering, is going to be. But found that rather interesting, yes, and I thought maybe your rubber duck could maybe shed a little bit of light on that for us if he gets an opportunity this morning. It's been a while since we've heard from the Grump. We will hear from him right after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, good times on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. Yes, it has been a while. Grump, have we even chatted since we saw you there in Louisville? I can't recall if you've checked in since then or not.
Yeah, we did once. I've been kind of, staying busy during the day, but yeah, I think we talked twice, actually.
Okay, my memory.
we got back since mine's about as bad, so don't worry about it. But I read your article there, that you posted out about, the ATA statement on the Drive Act. That's awful rich of them, how they want those speed limiters, 60, 65 for trucks and 70 on the cruise. I kind of took that as a, what the hell, because according to this motor carrier statistics and stuff, most of your accidents occur on the cruise, single accidents.
Mm-hmm.
But I was looking at that, and it just strikes me as odd how their radical stance, that they have on about speed limiters. I mean, it just seems to me like it's another attempt to push out that 5 truck or less, that actually built this country, and they're not ATA members. I mean, by a long shot. Hell, they couldn't afford the dues on them. I think their average dues on trucking companies is around $1,000 a year. I think right now they got about pretty close to 38,000 members, and that's when you think about it, that's a lot of trucking companies that a lot of membership and stuff. But it's not all trucking companies that are members with them. Brokerages are members of them, and anybody that can, they think that they can do them some good, lobby for them. I think they're pretty much paying the dues. But you don't know what this damn organization wants. The ATA. I mean, ever since 1935, they've been pushing some kind of button in the trucking industry. And
mm-hmm.
When I say 1935, they. As late as 2023, they were still pushing to block any kind of overtime pay for truck drivers. They said the model that's in place right now of the piecework, pay by mile, by the mile, has been working for 85 years. And why would they want to mess that up with going to hourly rate? And that's the big companies are lobbying for that, to tell them not to do that. But when you look at this, Steve, what blows my mind is I remember, and you do too, back in 2008, 2009, when they were lobbying for MAP 21. Remember when it first started up?
Yes.
And the provision that was in there was for electronic logging devices. They never mentioned safety. As many of the town hall meetings that I attended, and many times as I was on conference calls with other organizations and listening in, it was always to level the playing field, to give the bigger companies that has the slower trucks, the more, an equal advantage. So they wanted everybody on e-logs, and they established, what year trucks would have them and this and that and mechanical stuff. And
well,
was,
isn't that exactly the same thing they're doing with the speed limiters? They've got the slower trucks, and people like you have an advantage with certain freight that may need to be expedited, on any given day. And then they do. I mean, the ATA, the statement says they are citing that they believe the speed limiters will make the roads a whole lot safer. And I think it'd be just the opposite.
Well, it's going to be the opposite. And in the same, the same organization. I mean, they are the largest trade organization there is. The ATA is. And what blows my mind, I mean, out of I think they're raking in about $40 million a year just in memberships. The dues that they pay, somewhere thereabouts. But these idiots are the ones that lobbied tooth and nail to bring in more migrant drivers, from, foreign drivers under H-2B visas to fill the 72,000 driver shortage that they claimed existed. And back when this first started up, there was, back in 2009, we had about 300,000 of them on the road at that point in time. That was alternating in and out of the H-2Bs visas, but they made up. That was about 6% of the road drivers that was on the road. Well, right now that percentage is up to 38.8%, and they've successfully lobbied to have over 1 million H-2B visa drivers out here on the highways right now. So in the same instance, they were the ones that was raising hell wanting the e-logs. And I mean, they just every time you turned around, they were on there talking this. We got to level the playing field. Well, I can't operate on what they can. Number one, Gouger could, nobody could. We have to have a certain net profit, or we go bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the year, when you look at a company as big as Warner that's got 15,000 trailers, and what they base everything off of is about $85 net profits per load that they haul. They look at that at the end of the year after they pay all their taxes, all their drivers, everything that comes out of that, and they look at the net profits and they say, well, we made about $85 per load. And that's pretty much a baseline for all these big companies. But could I do that? If I haul 352 load, if a load a day, and I stay out here 365 days out of the year, could I make $85 off each one of them loads? Hell no. I'd have to, I'd be bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
But they can do that. They can afford to do that when you got 15,000 trailers out here, and it's hard to say how many loads that they're hauling and all these drivers. So they lobbied for all this, and they actually got it pushed through. They pushed. It was their money that brought about the e-logs, and it was the lack of participation with the drivers that we hear today. And they got a good shot at getting these damn speed limiters pushed through. And as much as I like Trump, as a president, he didn't do us any damn favors. In the trucking industry, every time you seen Trump, who'd he have with him? He had
the ATA,
Elaine Chao, who's the best friend of Chris Spear. And you'd see Derek Leathers standing there with his, from Warner, and all these big ATA companies were standing there, and Trump was just, praising the trucking industry, which kind of pissed me off because they're not a drop in the bucket of what the trucking industry is about. And now they're pushing all these, everything out. Right now they're just continually shoving this crap down our throats here. But it's, they keep talking about safety in with these speed limiters that they're going to create this safer environment.
Right.
Cool.
Right.
How in the hell are they going to do that? And what blows my mind about this whole thing is that since they brought in so many migrant drivers, and it's them that pushed it. It was them that hired the lawyers and everybody else and the studies and everything else about it to see if this void could be filled by migrant drivers. Well, yeah. Hell, accident rates since 2008 up until right now has went up 48%. it coincides with the e-logs.
Exactly.
This need to speed kind of thing, and this was something that was talked about in the a lot of the a lot of the studies that they conducted, through the University of Virginia and Michigan had one out also saying that, when you're looking at that clock, you're gonna want to mash on that gas pedal. It's going to create problems.
And you're not going to slow down in places like construction zones. So you got that 65 mile an hour truck and you drop into a 45, 50 zone. They just keep on hauling, hammer down, because that clock is ticking. But hold the thought there. We'll pause. It's 844-844-3388 as we close our hour number one out on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. All 12 jurors have been seated in former President Donald Trump's criminal trial in New York City. The judge in the case announcing, we now have a jury. The jury consists of 7 men and 5 women. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer spent some time meeting with the Prime Minister of Ukraine on Thursday. The chamber leader telling the Prime Minister that he commends the work of Ukrainians amidst ongoing attacks from Russian forces.
Your people are valiant. I've seen them. Your president is valiant, and you are. And we're with the Ukrainian people.
The White House is cleaning up a lie President Biden told on Wednesday. Biden saying his uncle was eaten by cannibals at a campaign stop in Pennsylvania. Biden mentioning also that his uncle Ambrose Finnegan was killed during World War II and then made a reference to cannibalism.
He got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Aboard Air Force One, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre informing reporters that Biden was simply expressing his immense pride in Finnegan and that there is no truth to the claim that he was eaten in New Guinea. Hunter Biden is asking appellate courts in both of his criminal cases to consider dismissing his tax and gun charges. Biden asking the Third Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this week to hear his arguments for dismissal after a judge in Delaware denied Biden's request to drop 3 felonies related to a 2018 gun purchase. Biden also asking the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals last week to dismiss 9 tax charges he is facing in California, including failure to pay taxes and filing false returns. The average rate on a standard 30-year fixed mortgage jumped by nearly 1/4 of a percentage point to 7.1. That's according to mortgage giant Freddie Mac. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Education Department is continuing to go after a Christian university. USA's Jen Gelber has the details.
Department of Education Secretary Miguel Cardona has vowed to shut down Grand Canyon University, the largest Christian university in the U.S., for not disclosing the true cost of tuition to students, requiring them to pay extra for courses they would need to graduate. The school was fined $37.7 million. Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller believes the university is being targeted by the Department of Education.
Ever since we filed the complaint, they have started these 4 investigations, and these 4 investigations have been huge investigations that have led to real trivial results, but it's cost us millions of dollars. And so finally we had to say, hey, something else has to be going on here.
Google is firing 28 employees following protests over labor conditions and the company's contract to supply cloud computing and AI services to the Israeli government and military. CNBC reporting that the decision comes on the heels of the arrest of 9 Google employees for trespassing after staging a sit-in at company offices in New York and California. In a memo to staff regarding the firings, Google stated, "Behavior such as this is unacceptable in our workplace and will not be tolerated." For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Okay, welcome back. Rolling into a Friday from time zone to time zone. Headed toward the weekend, right? Yeah, we'll get more on our travelers' weather. A service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. It's kind of an interesting twist where Old Man Winter looks like he wants to fight back here in the coming weeks. We've seen several times where winter has stirred just a bit to produce some pretty impressive late-season snow, quick shots of chilly air. A pair of storms that dropped feet of snow on northern New England late March to early April. Snowstorms returning to the upper Midwest in that same time. Now, there's going to be plenty of cool fronts swinging from the northern plains on into the first half, maybe even 2/3 of May. Not every push of chilly air makes it to the coastal areas in the northeast, but some will. And the ones before May are the ones of most concern, where the back and forth warm, chilly air, it's pretty typical. This is springtime. It's the lack of consistent cold during the winter and early spring that had what they call the bud break, the blossoming, the leafing out well ahead of historical average in the Midwest and the Northeast. Now, that raises the stakes for damage should a freeze or frost occur. There are some on the way. Stay alert for frost advisories and freeze warnings in the coming days. At least 2 cold, high-pressure areas from northern Canada are on deck. While the strong April sun will work its magic during the day and warm the air, the origins are going to be revealed during the overnight hours. One of these northern Canada high-pressure areas will progress from the northern plains late this week. We've got the freeze advisories, as I mentioned last hour, in parts of the Midwest and the Northeast. Lows in the 30s will be common from the Midwest to the interior Northeast. There's a few colder locations that are going to drop into the 20s, where the skies are clear and the winds drop off. The dry air will allow temperatures to plummet near the ground. Frost or freeze can occur, potentially damaging some of those sprouting vines and blossoming fruit trees. Kalamazoo, Michigan, is located near the heart of the lower peninsula of Michigan's wine country. They're facing multiple nights with low temperatures in the 30s late this week through this weekend. Now, the breeze may stir during most nights, preventing frost, but on a night where those winds drop off, we indeed may see a frost. Further east, Elmira, located in the valley stretching across central New York's southern tier, just south of the Finger Lakes vineyard country. They are forecast to drop within a few degrees of freezing at night Saturday night, Sunday night, and into Monday night. And they do tell us an even colder high-pressure area right now is on deck for the middle to latter portions of next week. So we'll have to watch things there. All right, back to the grump here, talking a little trucking, the speed limiters, the Drive Act. And I don't know, what is your take on the Drive Act? Landline and OOIDA keep saying they're garnering more and more sponsors, but if you've got, say, 20 senators that are sponsoring, I don't even know if it's that high yet. I mean, you've got 100 senators. How do you convince these guys to see the light?
Well, the majority of the motor carrier acts that's been written into law, and you can go back to the E-log. That was a Republican bill that pushed that through. You know, that was a Republican senator out of Florida that wanted electronic logging devices. And I kind of look at this like it's kind of teetering right now whether it goes through or not. And a lot of guys are sitting here going, "No, it's not gonna. It ain't gonna happen." You want to bet? That's what you said about E-logs,
right?
And we had about 1,600 drivers that actually attended the meetings and made comments about the E-logs. And from the ATA companies, all 36,000 at that time wrote some kind of a reply about it, that what they needed them for. So guess who got it? You know, it was pushed through. I would like to see more senators on it. I think there's a good chance that under this, you know, if we can, more can talk to Trump or whatever. If he becomes president, I don't think it's going to happen, during this election cycle, but it very well could next cycle.
Mm-hmm.
And pushing on through. But it's just something that we're just going to have to buckle up and fight. I mean, if this whole idea right now, especially since the ATA was one of the opposing authorities on demographics when they started coming out about accidents. If you remember back years ago, Steve, when they started talking about accidents, large carriers, they would have a listing of large carriers, how many accidents they would have, and it wouldn't necessarily name them, but it would look at it as what was the contributing factors to this, and people go, well, hell, look at FedEx, said, well, they're always in the ditch, but said, my God, as many trucks as they have, that's a small percentage of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it might be a small percentage, but they're the ones that are doing it, and it just it's always going to be a battle, I think, with these small companies of 5 trucks or less, to try to stay above water. As long as we got people like the ATA, that is nothing but a big, like I said, like a large trade organization that's pushing the opposite direction, and they're doing it on behalf of their members because they're, the idea is to get more people in, butts in the seats. If they gave a damn about drivers instead of profit margins, they would be going for the hourly rate instead of, so drivers are paid by the hour. Why would they give a rat's ass if they, sit in traffic, for 3 or 4 hours and, they're fighting this clock, things like that. It just, I don't know. The more I read on them, I'm just get a little sick of them. Even back in the Carter administration, when they were talking about deregulation, the ATA fought deregulation tooth and nail, and it seemed like every time you turned around, I could go back through some of the research that I've done on it. What was his name back in was it Whitlock, or what was his name? He was the I think it was Whitlock during the Carter administration. He was the or Whitaker or something like that. He was the transportation secretary. And they talked about the illusion, it was between him and the Teamsters. They teamed up to fight deregulation. They didn't want it. They talked about how free markets, the free market competition was nothing but an appealing theory, and that it was them that was delivering the groceries and to the commodities and things to these small communities. And they swore up and down under testimony, in front of Congress before deregulation, before Ralph Nader and Teddy Kennedy got together and started writing the Deregulation Act, that went into the Motor Carrier Act of 1980. They started talking about this, and they went in front of Congress, and they would sit there and they would make up this crap that these small communities are going to suffer because there's no freight coming out of them. Number one, all they got things going into them. Well, hell, how's it happening today under deregulation? I mean, guys will take loads wherever they can make money at. Whether they got a load waiting on them or not, they can bounce out and get a load if it pays enough. And a lot of the smaller communities are big hubs for look at my town. Hell, I got, we got Black & Decker, we got Duke Manufacturing, we got all kinds of large companies that do a lot of, machinery and everything else. And it's that was one of the problems, I think, with deregulation, was there was no boundary set after that because they just got rid of so many of the regulations. And when you look at all the brokers that is trying to get a hold of freight right now and things like that are members of the ATA, by the way, they're getting their piece of the pie. But one of the problems that we see is the amount of, how easy it is to become a truck driver, how easy it is to become a small company, especially with the immigrants that are coming over here. If you look at Chicago, a lot of them guys that are right now, if you look up some of these big, some of these companies that are coming in, like, I'm not going to name them, but, I don't want to, get you in any kind of a trouble, but, they're Ukrainian, they're Russian, and they started out as truck drivers, and you read the bios on there, come over here as an immigrant driver, driving for some company, bought a truck. Next thing you know, they got their broker license, and now they got 300 trucks assigned to them, and they're making money off of it. Well, hell, a lot of them, when they start going broke and things like that, the first thing they do is head back home because our laws are not going to touch them. a lot of in Motor Carrier Act of 1980. Also, as far as people that are dispatching freight, that's one thing. Freight agents, that's another. But before it had to stay in the United States. Now they got these high-speed, computers and everything else where people are sitting in India dispatching Indian trucks here in the United States. And the problem with that is about 40% of the produce coming out of California right now is on Indian trucks. And they own such a large percentage of the vehicles out there. Well, what the hell would happen if they just decided all at once to shut down?
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem. We're painting ourselves into this corner. San Francisco area, it's dominated by Chinese trucks right now. The California, you got the car industry coming out of Washington D.C. or out of Washington State. Seattle, out of the ports and things. They're primarily run by the Russians right now, and it's hell, Steve. We're giving this industry away. Mile by mile. I mean, it just there's no longer any hope, I guess you could say, for the small 5 company or less mom and pop organization that wanted to pass something along to their kids because hell, they can't compete anymore. We've made it such that broker, that just took on $1 million worth of freight, and he's going to dish it out to some of these trucks and things. How much of that freight right there is going on trucks that he's associated with, that particular broker right there is going through some trucking company, and how much are they paying him back, to supply them with freight? They may bid $1 a mile on these damn loads, and then kick back, damn well they're going to get more than that as a bonus or something like that. That's the way the game is being played right now, and it's kicking. It's pushing us out, and it's not deregulation that did that. It's Congress. It's our congressional members that are blind to the fact. All they look at is an economic boom, and they want to keep, everything going. That's one of the reasons why they wanted deregulation, was to diversify, to get this industry so spread apart that you could not get back together. There's not enough small companies out here, and you keep them hungry enough that they say, we're going to shut down. We want to get something done. We're going to shut down. Well, nobody gives a rat's ass. They're going to say shut down. Hell, we can bring in more labor to fill that void. We don't care. Shut down. And I think this is one of the things that worries me the most about the trucking industry. And we look at it, every little regulation now that they're putting on us. It's not about regulating the industry as rates and who can drive or anything like that. It's about regulating the driver. It's about putting speed limiters out there, e-logs out here. It's about, when I look at the accident causation rate right now, it's number 3, the last on the list. Speed. It's that accidents, that's brought in by speed, and they're wanting speed limiters, is number 3. Why do I want to get out here and haul ass wherever I go as an owner operator and burn my fuel up?
Right.
When I can set my cruise on 63 mile an hour, 65 mile an hour, whatever, and get out here and get some decent fuel mileage, put a little more jingle in my pocket. It doesn't make any sense. Number 1, of course, they call driver fatigue or inattentive driving. People looking at their damn phones or looking at the legs in the car beside them or something, I don't know. But they're having, this is number 1 accident, and the main cause of that is rear-ending and rear end accidents, things like that. But it's still, happening more on rural routes than it is in around the cities. And man, I don't know. I just the more I read on this stuff, the angrier, it really does just piss you off, because you put everything, your bank accounts and everything into this industry. This is what I wanted to do. This was my chosen profession. When I retired out of the military and got off the police department, was I wanted to do this. And I've been doing it now for 30 years, and it's every year there's some new surprise. Every year, hell, right now if you go across I-80 or I-70 or something like that, going to California, if you stop and you it's a rarity to to be able to sit and talk to somebody that speaks English. And they're just pushing everything more that way, and I think the ATA has played a major role in that, in giving this industry away, because they're, like I said, they're a trade organization. These big trucking companies, they can park a driver's ass in a seat. They don't care. They got a 130% turnover rate. Somebody else will be in that seat next week. It's always been like that. But as long as they get that $85 to $100 per that load, that looks at their net profits at the end of the year, they don't care how many drivers has been in that seat. And it's I guess it's a sad reality of what's going on in this country, and how much of it just where's it going to be 10 years from now? What else are they going to want to do? Look at the EPA stuff. I've been doing research on that, and it's I'm putting something together. I'm putting a good letter together for you there, but it's something that just flat blows your mind when you get the reading on that. When you look at the EPA laws that they're looking at today, they're going back to 1988 on studies and just multiplying it every year and saying that, well, if it was this bad in 1988, and we can look at a 6% increase in the bad air that's going out right now from trucks and stuff like that. Let's look what it'd be in down the road, 2040. And they pay. What's surprising is they use companies that it's not even in the United States. They're using a company that's in Britain right now. They send a few people over here, do some studies. They talk to people in California, other places like that. And they put their little study together and they pass it on to our Congress. That this company out of England, it was the one that got the damn grant to do this. So they're passing along to Congress, and Congress going, yep, we're going to have to do something. We're going to have to regulate these trucks more. We're going to have to cut down on them emissions and stuff. But we have cleaner air today coming out of these trucks than what we've ever had.
Yep.
And it's like over 40% cleaner than what it was 5 years ago. Just from the emissions that we have. What the hell else do they expect? And it's there again. They're looking at this and saying, you got to buy these trucks if you want to operate out here on the United States on these highways. Well, these big companies, they don't see anything about it. Hell, if they call Freightliner or somebody like that and they say, we're going to need 500, 600, 700 trucks, 1,000 trucks, something like that, hell, they're going to get them dirt cheap. Let me call them and say, look, I need one truck. Okay, get in line, they come closer to shutting me down because my truck is not an emission truck. They would come closer to looking at me going, hey, sorry, bud, but you can't comply with our regulations. You're going to have to park it. Well, hell, there goes business. There goes my, what am I going to do now? And it's like this throughout the industry with these smaller companies and stuff that can't afford these $250,000, $300,000 trucks that is going to cost us in the future here. They even said the truck rates, the way that on the EPA regulations, trucks is going to go up 28% between now and 2040. And who in the hell can afford that? The average cost of one right now is $200,000. It's going to go up another 96%,
yep.
or another $96,000. I don't know, man. It's just and we can thank the Chris Spears and the ATAs of the world, by God, for pushing stuff like this through to want to get rid of us. The people that just want to make a damn living. We're out here. We're not out here killing people. We're not out here, driving like idiots. I see that in these damn ATA trucks that's don't know how to slow down in a construction zone. Because they got to make up that time. They got their 65 mile an hour truck. Hell, let's just fly right on through there. I can't slow down because I can't make up that time. I don't know, man. I tell you, it's a nutty world we're living in right now, and I'm glad I got a couple more years and I'm done with it. But I'm going to continue to write and talk to my congressman and my senator. You know how I've done in the past. I've written a lot of stuff for Roy Blunt. I was one of his go-to guys for research and things on a lot of the things that were going in the trucking industry, and he stood up for the truck drivers in Missouri, and I'm doing the same now for Holly. I sent some stuff to him, and we've been getting a lot of play on that. But I don't know what the hell's going to happen. I hope more senators signs on to the DRIVE Act. I think that's something it's going to have to be blocked because, Biden wouldn't know what the hell he was signing. He'd sign it. And you never know anymore what's going to be assigned to those, what kind of pork is going to be added to those. And, if you don't sign this, you don't get this. If you don't, if we don't put this in here, you can't have, this. So that's just the way the game is played. And guys better wake the hell up and start calling you congressman and raising hell about it, or, we're all going to be screwed. But anyway, that's about all I got for tonight. How's things going with you, buddy?
Hey, we're doing well. No complaints here. So springtime is here, enjoying some warmer temperatures. But
Yep. I've already had to mow the yard a couple of times.
Me too. Yep. Sure enough. And the you can't believe how fast you cut the grass, and those damn dandelions are 6 inches tall the next morning. Boy, had to cut the weeds this week, right? He was talking about the ATA premise that there's still a driver shortage. We touched on that last evening. Yeah, that there is still an abundance. Yeah, so many entered the industry in the COVID boom time. There is still too much excess capacity out there that more are going to have to leave the industry to reach some sort of an equilibrium. And we talked about the first quarter earnings coming in. Yeah, the dismal numbers from J.B. Hunt and Knight Swift Transportation that signals where it's going to be a longer wait for a rebound in the freight industry. If you need to have excess capacity weeded out, there can't be a driver shortage, can there?
USA News Update. 2 of the 7 seated jurors in President Trump's hush money criminal trial are being dismissed from the panel. One was released after inquiries into his arrest record, while another was excused due to concerns about media exposure of her identity. Trump continues to appear in the New York court rather than on the campaign trail. Hunter Biden is asking appellate courts in both of his criminal cases to consider dismissing his tax and gun charges. Biden asked the Third Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this week to hear his arguments for dismissal after a judge in Delaware denied Biden's requests to drop 3 felonies related to a 2018 gun purchase. Authorities are continuing their investigation into the origins of the Maui fires from last year, which claimed the lives of 101 people. According to a report by the state attorney general, a significant windstorm caused power lines to topple in Lahaina, igniting that initial fire on that August day. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good to have you along as we roll into a Friday. Get back to your calls coming up at 844-844-3388. Yeah, Buckeye Boy was listening to Grump's commentary there, and he said my 2018 model year T680 straight truck with a sleeper, liftgate, APU, and tag axle, it was $180,000, and I had the tag axle. It would be $250,000. There's no way I could have that expense and survive. Yes, sir. And Gary joins us. Hello, Steve, the overnight crew. Looks like rain coming our way. Yeah, the winds are blowing outside the bunker, and I can hear those rumbles of thunder. Yeah, not too far off in the distance, so it's getting close here. Knucklebuster, back with us on a Friday morning. How you been?
Doing great, Mr. Steve Summers. How about yourself there, brother?
Doing all right. You been snoozing the last night or two?
No, I've been listening every night. I just decided to keep my mouth shut for a little while there, right? But I got some baloney for you tonight, though.
Okay.
Hey, I got news for Grump. This ain't Volunteer Express. We ain't driving for Uncle Ned Ray McWhirter. That's who owned Volunteer when he was the governor of Tennessee there. This company I drive for, $125 to $150 profit off of each load. We don't make that. We ain't hauling it, bud.
Mm-hmm.
At $85 profit a load, I'd have to be with them big boys that can afford it there. As a matter of fact, I mainly run Texas, Memphis to Texas and back. A and when I picked up loads down there in Atlanta, down South Texas going to Atlanta, they always let me bring them back up out of Memphis, pawn them off on somebody else, go to Atlanta. Well, that's cutting that bottom line pretty hard right now. See, guess who gets the opportunity to go to Atlanta, Georgia now?
Would that be yours truly?
That'd be, yes, sir, absolutely. There, gives me the poochie lip having to go to Atlanta because I don't like going over there, right? And every one of our drivers over here, you either speak English or you ain't gonna be driving in one of the trucks there.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I read in the driver the world's largest Mack truck is getting a new shot at life after 55 years. I haven't read the article yet, but I just seen the headline there. I want to go see what kind of new life it's going to get there. What's this on your news about Biden being a cannibal now?
A cannibal? I don't know what. Somebody said something about it. I wasn't eaten by cannibals. What the hell's the deal?
I don't know. Somebody needs to invoke the 25th Amendment on that myth there. Well, let me tell you what happened at dinner last night with Tennessee and one of my daughters and her 3 kids there. This guy come up and says, "Hey, Mom," talking to Tennessee, and she looked at him like, "I don't know who you are." And he started talking to her, and she says, "Oh, I know who you are," and hugged his neck. She's glad to see him. He left. When she sat back down, I asked Tennessee, I said, "Who the hell was that?" She said, "I don't have no idea, but I didn't want to embarrass him, right?" I'm like, "Damn, woman." he was probably about 25, 30-year-old, so I knew him to see other ways there. Well, anyway, let's get back to this trucking. We have some of the worst drivers in the world out here now, Steve, and it ain't only company drivers, it's owner-operators, and it's lease drivers as well. And you can blame it on the E-logs and or whatever. It's just bad drivers there. I really feel sorry for the owner-operators because they got too many people against them. The FMCSA, the ATA, the TCA, the regulations there, the speed limiters. Oh, it's coming, but they can't make it. They're not. I don't think they're going to make it mandatory on everything that's out here right now. They're trying to force you to buy all these new trucks. I'm riding around in a 2024 Freightliner Cascadia, a little over $200,000. But that he don't keep them but 5 years. That's 5 years. You can't ride them off them taxis no more, and they are gone. But it's well, I don't know what the speed limiter is going to be set, but it'll only be on the new ones there. So I think everybody that's already out here will be able to keep driving or speeding as fast as you want to there. So, and that, it's just crazy. So, well, that's all of my bull on it for this go around. I'll let somebody else get in there, got more intelligent information than me there. So we'll put the spoke on you a little later on tonight.
All right, thank you. Good to hear from you, Knuckleboss. Okay, so the cannibal thing. I guess so. Joe was at a loss for words or something, and I guess just said something about his maternal uncle was eaten by cannibals when he went down. Let's see. And as the day progressed, the White House and Karine Jean-Pierre said they tried to explain it away and change the narrative. So, President Biden's maternal uncle, Ambrose Finnegan, actually died when his plane crashed into the Pacific Ocean during World War II. He was not eaten by cannibals, as Joe apparently implied on 2 separate occasions on Wednesday. She told reporters on Air Force One that Joe, the 81-year-old president, was merely expressing how incredibly proud he was of Finnegan when he suggested New Guinea natives had eaten him in 1944. Okay. Yeah, she cut short any follow-up question, citing the presidential plane was approaching the Philadelphia airport. But Biden indicated cannibals finished off Finnegan after visiting a Scranton, PA war memorial that bore his uncle's name. He said, quote, he got shot down in an area where there were a lot of cannibals at the time. They never recovered his body, but the government went back, and I went down there and they checked and found some parts of the plane. Yeah, he told reporters in Scranton, where he was born and lived off and on until he was 10 years old, apparently. Then later in the day, he told steel workers in Pittsburgh that Ambrose Finnegan got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals, for real, in that part of New Guinea. Okay. The official U.S. military account of Finnegan's death, referenced by Jean-Pierre, contradicts the president's story, though. For unknown reasons, this plane was forced to ditch in the ocean off the north coast of New Guinea. Both engines failed at low altitude. The aircraft's nose hit the water hard. 3 men failed to emerge from the sinking wreck and were lost in the crash. 1 crew member survived and was rescued by a passing barge. An aerial search the next day found no trace of the missing aircraft or the lost crew members. So as they say, and yet Joe has a history of just, telling false personal anecdotes or dubious tales for which there is no documentation. He's trying to connect with his audience. In this case, Philadelphia voters who could determine the outcome of his bid for a second term against former President Donald Trump. There you go. So he was not indeed eaten by cannibals, but maybe Joe believes that. Would that be the Carolina Monkey Gouger?
Hey, buddy, what you doing?
Wow. Good to hear from you. We expect a full report. How's the grandson?
Well, we got him home Sunday, and I finally got to hold him for the first time.
Wow.
Sunday afternoon, and he's gaining weight, growing, and taking life easy. I mean, he scared the daylights out of us there for a couple of weeks, but he pulled. We think that we're pretty much over the bad part of it. He was 7 weeks early, and man, I tell you what, Steve, it was a trip, man.
So obviously it took longer to get him home than you anticipated, because the last time you checked in, I think right at the end of March, you were looking at maybe the next Friday. So it took another week or so then.
Right. He was doing good, but the doctors just didn't like the numbers that was coming out.
Mm-hmm.
And little Joker wouldn't eat there for about a week, and he lost some poundage. So they said, well, look, we're experiencing this. We'll just keep him 2 more weeks and take care of him and get him. We want him, where we ain't got to have him back over here when we send him home. So anyway, it was a proud day Sunday. Granddaddy finally got to hold a new addition to the family. I tell you what, Steve, we had the 7-year-old, the 2-year-old the whole time, and the 7-year-old, you get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, get dressed, cook breakfast, get her to school, and then, I'd get back from school, that 2-year-old would be wide open. He'd been woke up, and I tell you what, man, I got a little reprieve this week. I got to go fishing for the first time in a long time, in a couple of days, and we made a day of it today. Matter of fact, I'm leaving the lake now on the way home. We're doing some lake fishing tonight.
Well, let me guess.
That's pretty good.
Were them fish committing suicide, jumping in the boat?
Jumping in the boat, man. They were jumping in the boat this morning. I guarantee you, we got one of them shell cracker beds. Didn't take us long to load the boat, and it's just it's just a little bit of a reprieve. I'm just glad everybody's healthy, but that I'll tell you something, man. You know, when you got to get up at 6 o'clock every morning, get a 7-year-old ready for school. And I told Debbie, I said, I'll take her to school. I'll get up in the morning, cook breakfast for her. You know, they got these microwavable Jimmy Dean pancake sausage things on a stick. And I make her one of them and then, fix her a sandwich for dinner and everything. And then we was off to school, and then you had them little things you had to go attend, and everything. And I'm glad I got my children raised. And then when they come to get them Sunday, when we took them home, the little one, Boone, he come back out the door and headed for the car. And I said, "Where you going? With you? With you?"
Yeah.
I said, "Really?" I said, "You don't want to stay home with Mom and Daddy?" No, we'll go home with you. I took him back home, kept him Monday. But it was quite the ordeal, man. I'm telling you, there for a couple of weeks we was on pins and needles. I want to thank everybody that said their prayers and everything we got our fingers crossed that we've turned the corner. But he's gaining weight now. He's eating like a little Trojan.
That's good.
And I think Debbie kissed his face off tonight. She just said, "I couldn't turn him loose." I said, "He'll be all right now. I think we got it over with." But, Steve, there's one other thing. I was listening a while ago, talking about these speed limiters and all this stuff, I mean, every day, I mean, this FMSCA is completely out of control. And I talked to my senator and I talked to my representative and anybody else will listen. And, they on board with it. But the thing about it is they got to realize is whenever this country gets in a jam, who is it that pulls it out of the jam? It's the American truck driver pulls it out of the jam.
Right.
Anytime there's a catastrophe during the pandemic, we risked our lives out there and everything else. And there for about 6 months, oh man, we were the heroes of the highway. I said, y'all better enjoy it, because in about 6 months we're gonna be right back in the damn basement again. And I mean, I've been doing a little bit of reading and stuff, blurbs and stuff, and the problem with J.B. Hunt and all those big companies, they think they're too big to fail. Well, look what happened in the banking industry. They thought they were too big to fail too, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
And it's just coming back. It's coming back to haunt them. I mean, J.B. Hunt just spent all that money buying out Walmart's intermodal container business and everything. They're just going to dominate. They're going to dominate the trucking and the rail business. They kind of found out they didn't work out too well for them. And I mean, they're not the only one in trouble. There's a bunch of them in trouble. And, as far as being any kind of a truck driver shortage, that's the biggest myth in America. There is no truck driver shortage.
Right.
I don't know if you heard about it yesterday. We were down on the lake down there fishing in the river channel, fishing the markers for rockfish. And we seen a big commotion down there. And on 95 there, where the bridge goes across Santee River there, it's about 1.5 miles long there. watermelon truck caught on fire right on the bridge. It shut everything down in both directions. And when we left at 1:30, it was still a dead standstill.
Wow.
Now, can you imagine what happened, what the repercussions of that was? Because there's no way around that thing unless you go about maybe 80, 90 miles out your way. The only choice you have, if you had your radio on and could hear it, was, go back up 26, go to I-20 and go back to 95, or either go out of Charleston, run 52 and come up there, come through Greeleyville and up through Manning back to 95. I mean, we're talking 80, 90 mile detours both ways. And it's sad that our infrastructure is being given away to all these foreigners coming over here. They're giving a handout to. That bridge needs to be replaced. It needs to be 3-lane. They need to put another bridge up there, because that is the main artery from New York, Maine, from the north to the south. That is the major choke point right there. I mean, there's no way around it unless you go 80, 90 miles out the way, and watermelon truck catches on fire and shuts it down for about 8 or 9 hours. It was a mess up there, man. I'm telling you, it was a mess. And going back to deregulation, I lived in deregulation, the heyday of trucking. And the real root problem, the reason deregulation come about, was you had a handful of families that owned the rights, the ICC rights in all the states. And all these companies that didn't have rights, say, go coast to coast, was having to give these people that had the rights a piece of the pie. And you had the Watkins family, you had the Digby family, which was the old blue-eyed Indian and all them. I mean, they controlled the general commodities. There was a bunch of them there. And I could remember back when we first started, I started trucking 76, 75, you would leave, say like you'd leave South Carolina going to California, but you might have to go through daggone St. Louis and do what they call a gateway, which you had to find out who you could trip lease to have right to go across there. You might go all the way to St. Louis and then gateway back to Oklahoma City with the people that had rights, 3 sets of laws, one for you, one for the company you were working for, and the people you were trip leasing through what they called a gateway. And, I mean, it was a nightmare. I mean, Steve, you buy a new truck, and you have so many numbers on it: Texas Railroad Commission, New Mexico Railroad Commission, this Railroad Commission, and then all the fuel stickers and the ICC authority and exemptions and 4 or 5 plates on the bumper. I mean, you buy a brand new truck, and it look like a rolling billboard. And they, they just got tired of a few people, a few families dictating the way it was and the way it was. And that was one of the big reasons that deregulation come about. And one of the things that hit us, and it hit us hard in 83, we was hauling out of Florida. And that concentrate, that orange juice concentrate down there was paying like gold. I mean, gold. I mean, we'd go down there. We went to Florida. We'd leave the house, go down to Florida, and get a load of that concentrate, go out to Texas, get a load of bulk beef, come back to the house. Man, you done made a hell of a knock, man. I mean, you'd really made some money. Deregulation took real full force in probably 83, and the trucking companies that went out of business after deregulation was astronomical. I mean, some big players went out during that because they couldn't compete with the cheap rates.
Well, isn't that
a load of concentrate?
Isn't that where a whole bunch of what used to be Teamster companies went under, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the start of it. I mean, there was a bunch of them went under long about there in them few years there, from about 83 to 86. I mean, we seen some major players go out of it. Matter of fact, I seen one of them the other day, Mason Dixon, with old handshaker and old tree branch up there, Branch Motor Lines. I mean, I could just go right down the list. And you know, a lot of people didn't know this, but you know, Joan Crawford was a major player in the trucking industry. She owned North American Van Line. She owned Leeway Transport, Transcon, Frito-Lay, Pepsi-Cola. I mean, she was a major player in the trucking industry. And a lot of people don't know it. But we used to give them hell back in the day about it. Oh, yeah, working for old Lady Crawford, are you? I mean, we would do, you know how CB was back in them days. But that was the really the deal breaker in it. They were trying to break up this monopoly that they had on these companies. You know, these getting a piece of these few families that owned all the rights from coast to coast was getting a piece of the pie, and they didn't have nothing involved in it. Maybe a phone call, you know, trying to set up a lead to go across and everything else. I mean, it was a nightmare back in them days. Made good money. I mean, boy, you made a bunch of money back in them days. I made some real good money back in them days. And the thing about
are those days ever coming back, Gouger, you think? Or is the heyday of trucking well behind us? Hey, we got to pause there, and we'll come back.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. All 12 jurors have been selected for the hush money criminal trial involving former President Trump in New York City. The presiding judge declared, "Our jury is now complete, comprising 7 men and 5 women. Selection of the 6 alternates is underway, with the judge aiming to finalize the process by Friday. Earlier Thursday, 2 seated jurors were dismissed from the panel, one after inquiries into his arrest record, while another was excused due to concerns about media exposure of her identity. Republican Mike Johnson appears to need Democratic support to advance his foreign aid package. The House Speaker intends to schedule distinct votes on aid allocations for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, along with a separate bill concerning the border.
My philosophy is you do the right thing and you let the chips fall where they may. If I operated out of fear over a motion to vacate, I would never be able to do my job.
Some conservatives contend that linking the border issue to Ukraine would compel Democratic support, and they're cautioning Johnson of potential consequences if he continues with his current strategy. President Biden garnering significant support as more than a dozen members of the renowned Kennedy family endorsed him at a gathering in Philadelphia Thursday.
This campaign is about Trump versus Biden, and what we need to do today is focus on Biden winning.
That's Kerry Kennedy, daughter of the late senator and presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy. Authorities are continuing their investigation into the origins of the Maui fires from last year, which claimed the lives of 101 people. According to a report by the Hawaii Attorney General, a significant windstorm caused power lines to topple in Lahaina, igniting the initial fire. Although the initial blaze was extinguished, it was subsequently rekindled by strong winds. Google is firing 28 employees following protests over labor conditions and the company's contract to supply cloud computing and AI services to the Israeli government and military. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
According to a recent Harvard Kennedy School poll, only 9% of young Americans believe the United States is heading in the right direction, while 58% think it's going the wrong way. Despite this, over half of them expressed intentions to vote for President Biden in the upcoming election, with 53% stating they definitely plan to cast their vote. The White House has made it clear that President Biden's uncle was not eaten by cannibals. While speaking at 2 campaign stops in Pennsylvania Wednesday, Biden mentioned that his uncle Ambrose Finnegan was killed during World War II and then made a reference to cannibalism.
He got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Thursday aboard Air Force One, the White House press secretary informed reporters that Biden was simply expressing his immense pride in Finnegan and that there is no truth to the claim that he was eaten by New Guinea natives in 1944. A recent report from the anti-death penalty organization Reprieve reveals that black inmates sentenced to death by lethal injection experienced botched procedures at significantly higher rates than their white counterparts. The report indicates that black prisoners have a 220% greater likelihood of enduring a botched execution compared to white prisoners. Prince Harry has formally designated the United States as his main residence. In recent business filings, he identified the U.S. as his new country/state of usual residence. Since stepping back from the royal duties in 2020, he and Meghan Markle have established their home in California. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operations operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back, welcome aboard. We got a Friday underway. And good to hear from the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Kind of left off there talking about is the heyday of trucking over, was the last question I asked there. Can you still make a good living out there?
Well, Steve, I'm leased to a good company, and I make a good living. But it's getting harder and harder.
Yeah.
It's just that the price of parts and trucks have went so high. It's ridiculous what a tire costs you now. I mean, I've set the price to set a new tire for this truck a couple of weeks ago, and they didn't have the size I needed, but they said it'd take a couple of weeks to get it. We're talking $550 a piece before trade-in. And I mean, everything is going up in the trucking industry: fuel, maintenance, tires, everything you look at is just going out through the site, and rates ain't keeping up. I mean, it's like a year and a half ago, Debbie decided she's gonna take a trip with me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so me and her had passed a couple of Peterbilt places, and she said, "You ain't gonna get out of it till they pry your hands off that steering wheel." So let's stop and see about getting a new truck. I said, "Okay." I said, "If you in the truck buying mood, I'm ready."
Oh boy!
So over at Oklahoma City, they had this blue and white, decked out, nice, about like what I got now, Peterbilt. We whipped in there, and I knew the salesman real good. And he said, "Hey, what you doing in here?" I said, "We looking for you." I said, "We want to buy a new truck." And I said, "You got to deal with her." So I went on back to the parts room, back there talking to some of the boys I knew and everything. And about 30 minutes, she come walking back up there and said, "Get the truck." I said, "Well, you ain't going to buy a new one?" She said, "That guy's off his damn rocker." Now, this was 18 months ago, and I mean, this truck wasn't no real, what you call, top-of-the-line Peterbilt. It was pretty much like what I got now, you know. And they wanted $248,000 for that rig.
Wow.
And that's without a trailer. That's just a tractor. And she said, well, our payments, they went to like 7 years on the payment cycle, which, you know, these new trucks, you ain't gonna get 7 years out of them trouble free. And I mean, it was just, the payments on it was gonna be something like $2,500 a month. And she said, we'll keep riding old blue riding good. But I mean, if you kind of look at it, you look back in the 1800s when the railroad was really, really, you know, coming to things, and you had this railroad, that railroad, all these railroads run by, you know, small people, families and stuff. And then the big boys got to playing in it. And that's where we're at right now. The thing about it is, can the big boys stand the pressure? I mean, they can't. They're having trouble filling seats. Nobody wants to work for them Long Ranger called them bottom feeders. And that's where your truck driving, they claim your truck driving shortage is coming about. I mean, it's like 2 months ago when you had that guy from that truck driving school in it. You remember he said the average driver made $95,000 a year, and you questioned him on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, they paint this big rosy picture. Oh yeah, you can make $95,000 out of truck driving school. You ain't gonna make $95,000. You'd be good to make make $45,000. I
Bingo.
mean, they done a survey on it. You make more money flipping hamburgers than you can driving a truck. And that's a shame, because this is a skilled profession that's never been classified as skilled profession. I mean, we're just as, what we do is just as critical as if a doctor or nurse. I mean, I'm tell you something. I never realized nurses are making what they're making. My daughter-in-law got to talking about it one night, and I said, "Holy moly!" I said, "JJ, what the hell are you doing working, son?" I said, "You need to be home playing Mr. Mom." But you know what I'm saying? And I mean, your first year out of truck driver school, you ain't gonna be making no $95,000. And people don't want to be gone from home no more. They don't want to be micromanaged like we're micromanaged every day. And I mean, that's the reason I'm saying at the end of the year, I said it at Truck Show. I'm retiring at the Truck Show next year. I'm done. I've had enough of it. I put my time in, and I just don't see it getting no better.
Yeah. That is sad. Sad, Gal.
But I mean, it just, yeah, I mean, it's sad. And these baby boomers are leaving this industry faster than what people think they are. I mean, I got a good friend that his daddy's had a truck line ever since I can remember, and he told me, he said, "I'm gonna hang it up next year." And I said, "Well, we're gonna hang up about the same time. We'll have a big beer party down at the bait store, I reckon." But But Steve, before I get out of here, I want to thank everybody that prayed for us and got us through our time of need. I mean, there's just numerous people that come out the woodwork, and I was so sad that we lost one of our compadres last week. I don't know, did you get the message?
I'm trying to recall who was it?
Ernie.
Oh yeah.
Ernie Froelich.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Yep.
I had called him and talked to him for a pretty good little while, and he was getting tired. And I said, "Hey, Bo, I'm not gonna wear you out. I'll call you again." And got tied up and never got to make that last call. But that's two that we've lost in a year.
Yes, sir.
That and I don't want to be as I want to come home, enjoy my grandchildren, and go to ball games and stuff, and I think I had a pretty successful trucking career. I put 3 kids through college. I mean, trucking has been good to me, damn good. And it's like my uncle told me when I started with him. He said, "Son, there's 2 things to remember. You ain't never going to be a millionaire because you ain't rich enough to have 1,000 trucks." And he said, "Always keep your driver license clean. You'll always have a job."
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, that was the advice I took, and it stuck with me, and I've done pretty good at it. But I think my riding has come to an end, and if they pass this speed limiter thing and make it effective first of the year, we might shut it down the first of the year. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, it's ridiculous of what this industry's come to, and it's all, a lot of it stems back to the American Anti-Trucking Association. The big dogs trying to get big and putting warm seats in the body. And I mean, anytime you look at any of these major wrecks, wherever they at, you always see them ATA companies in these major pileups right up at the front of the line. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And I agree with what Knucklebuster said. Steve, just traveling around here, like going back and forth to the hospital or whatever. I mean, these truck drivers now, man, I mean, it's ridiculous. The chances they take and cut people off and everything. I mean, I used to worry about the four-wheelers. It ain't the four-wheelers you got to worry about as much now. Some damn truck driver come along knocking your damn fender in, or not paying attention, or plowing in the back of you, because you're playing Donkey Kong or something on the telephone. And the way to stop this is, stop them from put them telephones where they can't use them going down the road, texting and stuff. But I mean, there's so many obstacles now, distractions. I mean, you got the e-law, and you're always looking down at it to see where you got to go. I mean, we was talking about this the other night, me and my buddy, old dog catcher. He said, Jimmy, he said, trucking ain't fun no more. I said, no. And I said, used to, when I went to truck stop, I went in and sat down to eat, and I didn't see nobody I knew. I got upset. Because, I mean, it didn't matter where I went, West Coast, East Coast, bottom, top. I'd run into somebody I knew. And now, I don't know nobody. I don't even know that many where I work at now. I mean, people just don't have time to sit down and talk, and it's bad, man. The camaraderie is gone.
Yep. And you're lucky to find, like anyway, I think Grump said, you're lucky to find somebody to have a conversation with at the truck stop because they can't speak English.
Well, that's the truth. I mean, that's the truth. I mean, these foreigners is dictating our trucking industry, and it's sad. But Steve, I will say one thing for him. Anytime I needed help or needed a hand, guess who was standing over me helping me? It wasn't none of these American truck drivers. It was always a foreigner that gave me a hand. I mean, I'd give them hell, but I mean, whenever I needed help, they was the ones that helped me.
Very interesting.
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, I had an incident here right before Christmas. I blew the turbo boot off. Pulled in the truck stop out in the middle of nowhere, Texas, and raised the hood, and this fella come over there. He was Indian descent, had his headdress on there, and he come over there. Move! I fix for you. You go about it wrong way. And he showed me some way to put. I don't know how. I mean, he put that thing on in 5 minutes. I was going down the road.
Wow.
I mean, you know what I'm saying?
There you go.
But if you look at them, they stick together. They got their own truck stop now. They got their own restaurants. They got them Indian restaurants all over. And I have utilized some of the park. I can't eat the food, but I can go in there, knowing I can go in there and find a place to park. But I had used them. But Steve, we gonna jump off here. We got another hard day of fishing. I'll probably be off another week because I'm gonna make sure I get my share of kissing that grandbaby's face off before I leave out. And we'll holler at you when we get back at you.
All right. Hey, thank you for the update. Good news on a Friday morning, casual Friday. Hey, we've actually got a couple of Hero of the Week stories for this Friday morning. First, a quick time out, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
you say? Back to the phones we go. 5-7 on a Friday. What's going on?
Oh, hey, Bucky Gouger's explanation of the regulations is wonderful. I can remember you'd leave central West Virginia with a load of split rail fence out to Riverhead, Long Island, and you couldn't pick up anything coming back. So you come all the way back to central West Virginia empty on that flatbed. So the load had to pay for you to go out there and come back empty. So deregulation, I guess we were able to pick up loads and bring stuff back into the mill, raw lumber, poplar lumber, and then they cut it into posts and fence rails. But it was a great explanation. I hope everybody heard that. This is Friday. Let's have a little fun. Joe Biden talking about cannibalism. And, of course, he got himself caught up in that. But if you look up cannibalism in New Guinea, World War II, online, Google it. It's an amazing story. It come up on one of my news, YouTube news things that I listen to, stories. Cannibalism by 1940, the British ruling authority in that area pretty much outlawed it for the tribes, and they were punishing the tribes for practicing it. And they believed that they ate their enemy, killed and ate them, then they increased their personal strength. They'd be a better warrior. So when the Japanese was holding New Guinea, the British come in and told the tribes, have at it. I mean, go after, you want to practice your cannibalism, go after the Japanese troops. So that I know of, they didn't practice it against any allies, but they did practice it with many a Japanese soldier would find his fellow soldier on a head on a stick with, shrunken head on a stick. And it was a terrifying thing, for them, because they knew if they got caught, they were probably going to get ate. It was a form of terrorism that nobody should ever have to go through. But it was a reality back then. My dad served in World War II through to 1950 in the Pacific, and he told me a cannibalism joke. That's fairly clean. And he said 2 cannibals ran up. It's about lunchtime, have to run up on a stranger. Well, they killed him. He dropped to the ground. 2 cannibals started arguing. You fist fight. Who's going to start at one end? Well, now you have to know when the stranger fell, a quarter fell out of his pocket. So they picked up the quarter and looked at it and said, hey, let's do the heads and tail thing. So they flipped the quarter in the air, landed on his forearm, and slapped. He said, heads or tails? And his buddy said, heads, because that's where all the gooey brain and all that good stuff was. So he won. So there he was. He split open the skin, cracked the shell, and was having a good time eating brain. And he looks down at his buddy. He says, hey, how's it coming? And his buddy looks up, blood all over his face, lifts up a chunk of meat and says, I'm having a ball.
Oh, boy. Oh, there you go. Casual Friday. That's a good one. I never heard that one. All right, we'll get back to the calls here momentarily here. I see that the FMCSA, Gouger was talking about, all these different regulation. The FMCSA is considering doing away with the Unified Registration System, the URS, in favor of a new online registration system. In a notice to be published in the Federal Register today, as a matter of fact. April 19, the FMCSA proposed the replacement of the Unified Registration System with the new online registration called the FMCSA Registration System. Okay, the FRS. The FRS will eliminate the need to file forms like OP1 your MCS 150, the BOC 3, as these will be integrated into the online system. Under the new FRS, all forms described above, we just shared, will be integrated into the online system through a series of questions that will be asked using smart logic, they say. The FRS will allow all those required to register under the FMCSA's commercial or safety jurisdiction to do so online. And they list all the things that can be done. New registrants applying for safety and or operating authority registration for the first time. Existing registrants that are subject to the FMCSA's registration and certification regulations that wish to apply for additional authorities. Mexico domiciled carriers that wish to operate beyond the U.S. municipalities on the U.S.-Mexico border and the commercial zones. Those looking to process name changes, address changes, reinstatements of operating authority for motor carriers, freight forwarders, and brokers. Registrants who are requesting to voluntarily suspend their safety and or operating authority registration. A couple others here. Motor carriers, brokers, and freight forwarders that must designate an agent on whom service of notices in proceedings before the secretary may be made. All right, the FMCSA will open a comment period on this switch from URS to FRS. It will be a 60-day comment period once that is published in the Federal Register. Again, that should kick off later today, as a matter of fact. And the story from CDL Life, where a portion of Highway 74 in North Carolina was shut down this past afternoon. 2 tractor trailers and a boat colliding underneath an overpass. First thing I thought, how does a boat and trucks be in foot? What do you mean? It was in the morning hours this past day, Highway 74 in Laurinburg, North Carolina. According to the local Fox affiliate, the incident involved 2 semi-trucks and at least 1 boat. The details of exactly how a boat became involved are unclear. First thing, you got to be thinking somebody was hauling a boat, right? One apparent witness reported on the North Carolina DOT Facebook page that the driver hauling the boat didn't have a pole car and was at a crawl, making sure he could make it under the overpass. The dump truck nailed the pilot car doing 70 miles per hour. He said, I passed that truck 2 exits back this morning. Those details had not been confirmed by officials, but that sounds pretty logical. That collision did cause a large fire, plumes of smoke, and not clear if anybody was injured in that incident at this point in time. Back to the phones. A Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, following a news break this Friday morning.
USA News Update. 2 of the 7 seated jurors in President Trump's hush money criminal trial are being dismissed from the panel. One was released after inquiries into his arrest record, while another was excused due to concerns about media exposure of her identity. Trump continues to appear in the New York court rather than on the campaign trail. Hunter Biden is asking appellate courts in both of his criminal cases to consider dismissing his tax and gun charges. Biden asked the Third Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this week to hear his arguments for dismissal after a judge in Delaware denied Biden's requests to drop 3 felonies related to a 2018 gun purchase. Authorities are continuing their investigation into the origins of the Maui fires from last year, which claimed the lives of 101 people. According to a report by the state attorney general, a significant windstorm caused power lines to topple in Lahaina, igniting that initial fire on that August day. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, on a Friday morning, great to have you along for the ride. What's plans for the weekend? All right, Mindy had posted a little blurb on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive Facebook page this past day. If you have a question for Steve, drop us a comment below and he'll read your question on the air. James said, how's Turbo? Turbo's doing well, doing fine. You're getting old. You had those doggy years add up real quick, if you know what I mean. I think he's pushing maybe 9 years old now. So, yeah, like dogs tend to do, he's a little bit overweight. He loves his big dog treats, his doggy bones. And, of course, being the good daddy I am, I always let him have a treat. But, yeah, he's doing okay. Thanks for asking. What's the take on the ATA statement on the Drive Act? Timothy, thanks for the question, I think. Well, Grump answered that pretty well in our first hour there, breaking that all down. Let me see. I believe that's Buckeye Boy. During the Mid-America Truck Show, you interviewed a lady that was a truck insurance broker. Can you get me your contact info? Our insurance comes up for renewal in June, and I kind of wanted to see what's out there. Yeah, I remember interviewing her, and because we were kind of talking about what level of insurance that they would underwrite, where you're going to start, and she said something about a minimum like $1 million is where you're going to start. If memory serves, that was the interview. I'll have to check with Mindy if she's still got the list of folks, because I interviewed so many individuals I had never met before, if you know what I mean. She was one of them. But, all right, Zero says, do you think the trucking industry is safer or better since the ELD mandate? He says, I say no. What say you? Love your show. Keep up the good work. Well, I think if you look at the research, all the statistics that have come in since the mandate was implemented, the safety numbers are getting continually worse. The accident rates not getting better. Drivers, I think most of you would vouch for the fact that you feel like you're having to watch that clock. You're constantly looking. Are you going to run out of your 11? Are you going to run out of your 14 hours? You're willing to push the envelope, refusing to maybe, you might be tired drivers refusing to pull over and take a 30-minute or 1 hour break because they can't stop the damn clock. I bet Cue Ball would vouch for that. What do you say, Cue Ball?
Good morning, Steve. Man, I'll tell you. I was sitting there listening to Grump earlier. Overwhelming majority of things when he says I agree with. See, I wasn't around before deregulation, so I really couldn't tell you what it was like, except some people years ago gave me, a little bit of information, and I don't think I would have enjoyed it in those days. Supposedly it was better, depending on how people look at it, but I don't know. That world wasn't for me. Of course, matter of fact, somebody was just talking not that long ago around me, talking about back in the days when trucks. I remember when I was a kid, I remember seeing like 5, 6 license plates on a semi-truck. I never understood why a semi-truck has so many damn license plates on the front of it.
I remember
and
that.
IFTA come out and done away with that, and that was, I guess, a little bit before I had come on scene. So I don't remember working in them in that time. I remember when I started, there were just 2 license plates on a truck, but the second plate was always a red Oregon plate, and that was just a fuel tax thing. But that wasn't I guess that was the last holdout maybe or something. I don't know. But nonetheless, they done away with that. Yeah, I don't know what it was like in them days, but I heard it wasn't all that great. Competition's a good thing, but the problem is you got these companies like they were saying earlier, they're racing to the bottom. There's a point where guys just can't do it no more. Some of them going to die off, and that sort of, you do hit the bottom, and it does start coming back. Is the golden age of trucking dead? I don't know. I tend to think it depends on how you look at it, I guess. The fact is, when we went, last time we spoke, I'm pretty sure was back at Mid-America Trucking Show. And when you go to an event like that, you're around people. Everybody in there has an investment in this industry. Whether you're there as a presenter, or you like with your show, or me with all the nonsense I got going on. But everybody in that building is invested in the industry in some way, shape, or form. The people causing the overwhelming majority of the problems in this industry, they're looking at it like a 9-to-5 job. That they're not trying to make something out of it. They're just trying to walk in, make a living, and go home. And I don't think you could really make a good living if that's your attitude towards this industry.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lifestyle. It's not just a job. And if you're looking at it as just a job, this industry will chew you up and spit you out, and you'll be a twisted remnant of what used to be by the time it's done with you. That's just how I see it. Now, granted, I'm in a very unique situation where I'm very willing to admit that I absolutely refuse to adapt to the nonsense as it's handed us. A quarter, I heard Monkey Gouger earlier, and he's not exaggerating. These new trucks nowadays are $250,000. That's before you set them up. Like if you're doing flatbed work or any kind of, you got to put a headache rack on your truck or, move anything around and make it suitable for your operation. You're talking $250,000 just to get the truck. Now you got to set them up. Some of these trucks, especially the custom ones, you're over $300,000. I don't know. There are some people that are buying those trucks. I guess money isn't as hard to come by for some people as it is for others.
Mm-hmm.
But $250,000 for a truck, that just seems absolutely insane. But let's look at the modern truck. I was watching a video not that long ago. It was a guy I know driving it, and all the beeping and buzzing and everything going on. You make a turn and the lane departure thing's beeping at you, and then it thinks it's yelling at you about like anti-collision warning or something. Meanwhile, he's just making a turn, swinging around, making a wide turn to get around the telephone pole. Excuse me, sorry about that. I would normally edit that out, but this is live radio. I can't do that.
There you go.
So with that, it's like you get all these buzzers and beeps and all this whatnot going on, and I'm sitting here like, after a while, you either cut the cord to that nonsense or you learn to ignore it. I'm sitting here thinking as I'm dragging a wide load down to North Carolina, if you got all these nannies in your truck, these lane departures, and you're running a wide load, you're always off. You're always out of one lane or heavy to this side or heavy to that side, depending on what traffic is doing around you. I can't imagine what that's got to be like with that constant beep, 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 beep.
Yeah.
Like, go away. I'm 12 feet wide. I can't just center. What the hell do they do? Those things are not conducive to having skilled drivers in this industry. If you want skilled drivers, I'm sorry, you got to go back to the old school ways where you actually had to learn how to drive the truck. I've said it over and over again. If you're trying to build trucks that do everything for the driver, well, then you don't need the driver. You need to know to turn your wipers on when it's raining. Steve, earlier today, you got guys, and it wasn't just one it wasn't just one. It was 3 of them today. I'm coming across 70 there in Indiana, and they come through a bit of rain. It was raining. I didn't think it was hard rain, but it was rain. And these clowns they're doing 65, 70 mile an hour, and they got their damn 4-ways on. I could understand if you're doing like 10, 20, maybe 30 mile an hour on the interstate. But they're doing 65, 70. And I'm like, turn your damn 4-ways off. And then one of them wants to all of a sudden switch from 4-ways to blinkers to come over in front of me as I'm trying to get around them. And I'm like, I didn't notice it till last minute till I was coming up on them. I'm like, you know what? I've been staring at your damn 4-ways for the last, 5, 6 miles. All of a sudden, I'm supposed to determine turn signal from 4-ways as I'm coming around you now. No. And it wasn't that one guy. It was 2 or 3 of them. It was 2 running back to back, and then maybe another mile was another joker like that. But they're not going slow. They're going at regular speed. I'm like, where do these people come from? I focus on my stuff all the time. How many times do you see that they're just dragging their ass in the center lane? They're not even doing close to the speed limit. And here I come ripping around them on the right. It's like we live in the bizarro world where the right lane is the hammer lane and the left lane is for all the slow pokes going down the road. Where are these people coming from? They're not invested in this industry. They're not coming from Louisville Truck Show. These are the people that just look at it as a basic job.
Yeah.
They have no understanding of what, they didn't come up, for lack of a better term, the hard way. I don't necessarily think you got to come up, quote, the hard way, actually have it be really hard on you. But all at the same time, you got to kind of have some common sense and know what you're doing. You talk about that wide load, that boat wrecked back there a little bit ago. Steve, I was when I was working with Gentry, with the boat move that they were doing 2 weeks ago, our pole car damn near got taken out.
Yeah.
Not the boat, the pole car almost got rear-ended by a semi. If he didn't jerk it back over, he'd have been just creamed. I mean, it's like you got to have the banners, the flags, the strobe lights. I mean, you can't miss the damn thing. I mean, why do you think they make you put all that crap on the damn vehicle? I mean, shoot, I got $1,200 of strobes on my dually alone, just on the tail. Tell me you can't see me. They're not paying attention. No one's paying attention to this stuff. That's the thing. And that I get so upset when people start going on and getting into the and you got truck drivers that have no understanding when you're trying to get down the road with a wide load. You would think a trucker would give you a break. Hell no. He's probably the worst of all. But they require so much of us as drivers, especially if you're doing any kind of oversized stuff. Like, again, the flags, the banners, the strobe lights, all that crap. And they don't give a rip one way or the other. They don't understand, you're going down the road and you're edging over the zipper line a little bit because you got crap in the shoulder. And they won't give you a damn inch. And I'm like, what in the world? They have no clue. I could understand the average dum-dum in a car, but truck drivers too, it is insanity. It is so bad. And I honestly think it's because the government has regulated this industry to the point where it's like any driver worth his salt, anybody worth his salt, I should say, not just a driver. But a driver with intelligence has figured out I could take my intelligence and go make a living somewhere else. So they leave. Who takes their place? Them guys back there with the four-ways in the rain, doing 65 mile an hour because I don't know, they got it in their head that they got to run the four-ways just because it's raining. It's just rain.
Mm-hmm.
Happens pretty often, They've pushed the good guys away. There's only a handful of them left. I still think you can make it out here. It's just that you got to find your own way. But if you follow the herd, you're doomed. Plain and simply, if you follow the herd, you're doomed. The people that I talk to and deal with, we try our best to keep paid off equipment, or at least pay as a little debt as possible, at least on the business side of things. Just go out, make your money, keep your maintenance up. It's so hard. I forget, between Grump and I think Gallagher was talking about the same thing. Parts with the trucks are getting hard to. Some of these things are hard to get. So it's like, where are you supposed to get parts? Michelin doesn't make tires my size anymore. That was the favorite brand that I ran. You can't. Sometimes it's hard to get tires just with the in your size. I just had to get another drive tire replaced. I can't get the drive tire that I lost. It was punctured in a manner of which it couldn't be repaired. So I bought another steer tire and threw it on a drive position to peel it off later. Because Michelin won't make a damn tire that size no more. I don't get it. That's just the way they are. So I'm running a different brand now. I'm not happy about it, but it is what it is. Half these parts with these trucks, they're made of, they're cheap, made of plastic. And don't even get me started with the aftermarket companies. I had a whole thing with it. So it ain't getting any easier out here. But all at the same time, I just wish that those that made the rules had a little understanding of what it's really like out here. Have you? This is a new phenomenon I'm starting to notice. I seen another one today. I'm walking away from my truck earlier this morning, and I'm going to the fuel island to see about getting something to eat, and then seeing about getting, using the bathroom. So you hear this roar of another truck ripping past another truck in a truck stop parking lot. Okay, the guy's going really fast. He's trying to. Why is he passing? Oh, right, because there's this other joker going ridiculously slow in the parking lot. So you got the one guy don't have the time to wait for this other guy doing the less than 8 mile an hour crawl. He's literally in first gear idling around the parking lot so he doesn't trip his damn ELD into driving because he's trying to get parked after he pulled into the fuel island. So literally it's going to take him 15 minutes to get from the fuel island to go get his truck parked. Meanwhile, people are stacked up behind him.
Right.
And then you got the one guy ripping and tearing to get around him because his clock is still tick-tocking too. He ain't got time for this clown to do the ELD creep or whatever the hell you want to call it.
That's
I'm
it.
starting to see it more and more and more. They're creeping around at like 5 mile an hour because they can't break that magical 8 mile an hour mark. I'm like, what? This is just, it's creating more of a hassle than any benefit they'll ever get. It's so damn frustrating. My answer, like I keep telling people, my answer is real simple. I just go the exact opposite route. I keep saying it till I don't know the way that they're specifying this whole speed limiter thing, but if they check it, how are they checking it? They plug it into your ECM. How are you going to know? But there's ways around that too. We've talked about this on your show. For a few people that understand know what I'm talking about. You could set your computer to speed limit it at 65 mile an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It'll still say I'm regulated down at 65 mile an hour. Great. What tire size are you running? What gear ratio do you have? What overdrive? What transmission are you running? You could change a lot of them parameters so that the computer thinks you're doing 65.
Exactly. Yep.
But you're not doing 65.
Yep.
That is a way around. Now, is Highway Patrol going to bust your chops, or is that something they're going to bust your chops at the scale? Because how's Highway Patrol going to know which trucks are exempt and which trucks are not? Because you're going to set the speed limit at 60. I'm passing everything with my little B model mechanical. So how are you going to tell on the fly as you're going down the road? They're just going to set the thing. Okay, see a truck going 65, 70 mile an hour, but a speed limit 70. I don't think Highway Patrol is going to mess at you. I think it's just the rare few times that DOT was going to think they're going to plug into your thing and look at it. But even there, like I said, there's ways to program your computer to not know what's going on exactly. But, it's going to cause havoc because the overwhelming majority of drivers are not going to do like I said or have trucks that are exempt. And the last time that they were talking about it, the way the rule was written, that if the truck was capable of electronically governing speed, it had to be done, which basically exempts only mechanical engines, meaning non-computerized engines. But that's how it was back then. I don't know if they've changed it since then or not.
I think it's going to be the same.
But you're going to get, could be. But either way, you're going to get the overwhelming majority of trucks just right next to one another, blocking up the whole damn road, or one running right up the rear end of another because, he's trying to get that momentum to get around, or whichever way, just be lined up, causing a big, massive problem. And you see it everywhere now when you got too many of these ATA, carriers. One's doing 64, one's doing 65, one's doing 63 and a half or whatever.
Right.
You name the number.
Right.
And it just takes miles and miles and miles and miles for finally somebody to stop. And that guy in the right lane, he ain't going to get off that hammer just a little bit and let that one around. He's going to stick him out there. They do that all the time. It's so frustrating. It's actually easier to keep a large car out of trouble than it is to keep a governed truck out of the way.
And then all the cars that stack up. You got the turtle race up front, and all the cars that are, packing and stacking behind them. And somebody in the right lane will see a little break in the left lane, or vice versa. And people are jogging back and forth, but nobody's really able to get anywhere until one of those trucks gets over.
Right. You think the road rage is bad behind a big wide load?
Bingo.
You get every truck being the same thing. That road rage is going to be way, way, way worse. These unintended consequences, Steve, how many times, 20 years better, I've heard that on your show. The unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Every damn thing this government always did to regulate the industry, the unintended consequences were always worse than the problem that they say they were trying to solve. Every time. It goes without fail. But yet they claim that they want to help solve problems. I'm at the point now, Steve, I don't think that they actually do want to solve the problem. What's the real motive? You talk about getting involved and talking to your senators and your congressmen. I get it. That's the way the process is supposed to be. But Grump was saying, like, a lot of people don't want to get involved in the, quote, process. Why? They take your comments and your listening sessions and all of that. They take your comments, they write it down on a soft piece of paper, and they wipe their rear end with it.
They do what they're going to do anyway.
They don't actually... Exactly.
And I think a lot of...
Why even bother?
They come up with, I think, to some extent, I think a lot of these government agencies, and the FMCSA is just one of many, that keep on having to come up with, let's make this proposal and that proposal, and we'll take comments, just to maybe justify their existence. Because, I mean, if there's not a problem, they don't have a job, right? They have to be needed in some way.
Exactly. There's so many little intricate details where I'm like, I don't think they understand. I'll give you one example, and I'm so tired of hearing it. They talk about the side underride thing, right? Okay. What part of that chintzy frame on a van trailer or even a reefer trailer are you going to bolt this big superstructure to?
Right. Hey, if you got more for us, we got to pause, though.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You USA News, I'm Tim Berg. All 12 jurors have been seated in former President Donald Trump's criminal trial in New York City. The judge in the case announcing, we now have a jury. The jury consists of 7 men and 5 women. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer spent some time meeting with the Prime Minister of Ukraine on Thursday. The chamber leader telling the Prime Minister that he commends the work of Ukrainians amidst ongoing attacks from Russian forces.
Your people are valiant. I've seen them. Your president is valiant, and you are, and we're with the Ukrainian people.
The White House is cleaning up a lie President Biden told on Wednesday. Biden saying his uncle was eaten by cannibals at a campaign stop in Pennsylvania. Biden mentioning also that his uncle Ambrose Finnegan was killed during World War II and then made a reference to cannibalism.
He got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there used to be a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Aboard Air Force One, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre informing reporters that Biden was simply expressing his immense pride in Finnegan and that there is no truth to the claim that he was eaten in New Guinea. Hunter Biden is asking appellate courts in both of his criminal cases to consider dismissing his tax and gun charges. Biden asking the Third Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this week to hear his arguments for dismissal after a judge in Delaware denied Biden's request to drop 3 felonies related to a 2018 gun purchase. Biden also asking the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals last week to dismiss 9 tax charges he is facing in California, including failure to pay taxes and filing false returns. The average rate on a standard 30-year fixed mortgage jumped by nearly 0.25 percentage point to 7.1. That's according to mortgage giant Freddie Mac. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Education Department is continuing to go after a Christian university. USA's Jen Gelber has the details.
Department of Education Secretary Miguel Cardona has vowed to shut down Grand Canyon University, the largest Christian university in the U.S., for not disclosing the true cost of tuition to students, requiring them to pay extra for courses they would need to graduate. The school was fined $37.7 million. Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller believes the university is being targeted by the Department of Education.
Ever since we filed the complaint, they have started these 4 investigations, and these 4 investigations have been huge investigations that have led to real trivial results, but it's cost us millions of dollars. And so finally we had to say, hey, something else has to be going on here.
Google is firing 28 employees following protests over labor conditions and the company's contract to supply cloud computing and AI services to the Israeli government and military. CNBC reporting that the decision comes on the heels of the arrest of 9 Google employees for trespassing after staging a sit-in at company offices in New York and California. In a memo to staff regarding the firings, Google stated, "Behavior such as this is unacceptable in our workplace and will not be tolerated." For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, back at it here, where we leave off. Got a Friday coming on, TGIF, indeed. Some of our other listening friends checking in. Hello to Roki. Chiming in this morning, he says, not one of the traditional tornado alley states, Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, made this year's top 5 list. According to the National Weather Service, 39 tornadoes have been confirmed in the state of Ohio so far. Ohio's followed by Florida with 34 tornadoes, Illinois with 30, Kentucky with 24, Indiana 22. As Rick says, we're not in Kansas anymore. Okay. Didn't realize that. It's, the traditional tornado alley, it will be firing up at some point. It always does. Because we've got plenty of springtime yet to come. All right, let me get back and finish up with cue ball here. What's the latest on, what's our latest tale on FSC Trucking on the YouTube page there? What are we following right now?
Oh, well, ironically, you mentioned about the boats. The last bunch of videos I did, I actually made I made 2 for Gentry and Sons Trucking on YouTube, and then I did 2 on my channel, FSC Trucking. Well, talking about them boats, he had that whole thing was a weird one. He sent his dad down to pick it up down in Fort Lauderdale and to haul it to Connecticut, but it was one of those. I think what the mix-up was when the boat got sold, they were talking about how tall it was from the water line up. So when Tim's dad got down there to haul it, well, you have to also count when you're hauling a boat on land. You have to count everything below the water line. So what was supposed to be not very tall turned out to be ridiculously tall. So that sucker got loaded. By the time that loaded out, it was 15 foot. On the truck known as Rooster, it was like 15.8. Changed it to a different truck in Tennessee. It got down to 15.6. But that's still quite tall. So that's what we did, was getting that out of all the fun and crawling under bridges, making sure you don't hit them. Because just because the pole says you clear or don't clear, don't mean that the boat will miss. You're not just gonna fly underneath it with a $500,000 boat because you might have missed it with a pole, because the boat's a little bit wider than the top of a pole.
Mm-hmm.
So it got real interesting. So I did that, and then the absolute last video I did was fixing up the whole thing with the aftercooler, putting a new aftercooler in my truck. The aftermarket one I ordered was no good, damaged in shipping, so I wound up getting one from Caterpillar for more money, but yet it was a serviceable item. So last one was I put that in there. That's kind of what we've been messing with. Just trying to expand a little bit more from the nonsense I already do, trying to get into more nonsense, just to expand the knowledge base and be able to cover ground should one thing start to slow down.
There you go.
there's very few people moving boats of that size. So that's kind of why I'm getting into that. Plus also, let's be honest, they like how I drive, especially when I'm behind them with the tail car. They like how I drive because I know how to keep people away from the damn boat.
There you go.
That's the other thing too. You think about it. You got a boat or a piece of equipment on your trailer that's that kind of money. You got to get a separate insurance binder on it, more than the regular insurance that you're hauling. You know, think about it. If you're hauling something that's worth $2.7 million, and the mast alone is damn near $250,000, and that's hanging on the side of that trailer, the average car, if it hits that mast, cannot afford the mast, let alone the boat, because the car doesn't carry that kind of insurance. It's actually cheaper to buy me a whole nother vehicle than it is to let a car hit the mast of that boat, hanging on the side of the trailer.
Yep.
Like I said, they like how I drive. So that's what we've been doing.
All right. Well, hey, Q Ball, always good to hear from you.
For the most part.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we've been doing the wide loads. Ain't really been talking at night, but we are out tonight.
The wide loads, yep, you can't do that during the middle of the night, right? All right, thank you for checking in. Have a great weekend. We'll see if Eagle is on board this Friday morning. Are you hanging with us, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, I'm still here after all that deal. But, yeah, I got a lot of things to talk about tonight, Steve. I tuned in a little bit late today that has Ralph called in tonight.
No, we have not heard from Ralph.
Okay. That's a good thing, not a bad thing.
Right.
That's a good thing. But, yeah, Steve, I want to talk about some things tonight. I'm going to say one quick thing about truck driving, and then I'm going to move on to more important issues, which is what's going on in Iran and the Israel situation. Yeah, it's like Monkey Guy just said, Steve, truck driving is not fun anymore. Unfortunately, I'm too young. I still got a long ways to go. You know, I still got another 15 to 20 years to drive before I'm eligible to retire. But believe me, I wish I could get out of the deal. You know, I like the money, but I don't like the people that's out here driving now. Like Monkey Guy just said, it used to be fun, Steve, but not fun no more. Everybody seems to have a chip on their shoulder. Everybody has attitude problems, you know. You know, back when I started driving in the 90s, you know, people used to talk on the CB. We get to the truck stop and we'd be talking all night long, you know, until you go to fall asleep with the CB in your damn hand. Talking, you know, people you never met before. Now, I got on the CB radio the other day, and it used to be a major town, Nashville, Tennessee, and Memphis, and nobody said a damn word. It used to be in Memphis, you couldn't even get a word in when you got on the CB. There'd be 20 people talking at one time. Now it's a ghost town. People at CB, you might as well take your CB and throw it out the trash can, because don't nobody use the CB. I came up on a traffic wreck the other day, Steve, and didn't even know about it. I had my CB on and nobody said a damn word. The whole damn freeway shut down. I got stuck in traffic like 2 or 3 hours. Back in the old days when I started driving, you would have known about that accident as soon as you left the truck stop.
Yeah. And
you could have found you another way around and saved yourself a whole lot of time. You know, I lost 3 hours sitting in that road, construction road, because they had traffic going from 2 lanes down to 1 lane, and I don't know how many mile backup. It had to be at least 10, 15 mile backup. It was ridiculous. But like I said, nobody say a damn word. You know, the truck's going the opposite way. So, but like, you know, like a lot of people a lot of guys don't have CBs in their trucks now, Steve. A lot of these new drivers don't even have a CB. So you only see the older drivers, people that's been out here for a while that have CBs. A lot of these new people like Swift and Warner and CR England, these starter companies. These guys, they barely make enough money. A lot of them can't afford no CV. Yeah, it's really sad the way they treat these drivers, Steve. You know, they make them a lot of promises, you know, in these trucking schools saying you're going to make $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 a year. You're not going to make that your first year trucking. You got to be out here on the road for a while before you start making $80,000, $90,000, $100,000. You lucky, them guys lucky they make $30,000 or $40,000 their first year driving a truck, you know, because they only paying them 18, 19, 20 cents a mile. You know, I was making that 20 years ago when I started driving. So these companies are getting over on these drivers, Steve, these starter companies. I know you got to get a start somewhere, but that don't mean you got to rob somebody. That don't mean you got to rip somebody off just because they're a new driver trying to learn how to operate a truck. The man still deserve to get paid. But a lot of these big companies don't see it that way. And that's the reason why we have such a high driver turnover, Steve, is because of the pay. Ain't nobody going to die driving no damn truck for $300 a week and be away from his family for 3-4 weeks at a time. You have to be a complete idiot. You go work at McDonald's or Burger King and make $300 and be home every night with your wife and family. So then they wonder why they can't keep no truck. That's the reason why. Now, let's talk about something that's more serious, Steve. Like I say, I really at this point don't give a damn, you know, what happens in this situation with Iran and Iraq. Like I told you last night, it's clearly written in the Bible what's going down with these two countries, and they ain't gonna never get along until the end of time, to the final day on earth. They're not gonna get along because that's where the final conflict is gonna take place, right in that general area. So there's never gonna be peace between these people. But see, here's the deal, Steve. Okay, earlier tonight, Israel went in and attacked Iran again. They sent missiles in.
Right.
We won't know probably until tomorrow morning how much damage they did. They might still be striking as we speak. Some people say that they went into some of the nuclear facilities I've heard on the radio over there in Iran. Now, here's how it goes, Steve. We're gonna find out how tough and rough this guy is now, the Iranian leader. We're going to find out how bad he really is tomorrow or in the coming days. Because, see, a couple of days ago, this guy was talking, saying that Israel better not retaliate for his attack on them or he was going to do some very bad things to Israel. So now the ball is in his corner now, Steve. The ball is in my man's corner now in Iran. And we're going to find out if he all talk or he the real deal in the next coming days. We're going to find out what this guy's all about in the next couple of days because, see, he's either going to do one or two things. He's either going to come back stronger and harder and he going to release a hell on earth on Israel, or he going to be just like Joe Biden. He going to cower down and just flap his mouth and talk about what he going to do and do absolutely nothing. So there's only one or two things that's going to take place in the next couple of days with this individual. So we'll find out, and I'll definitely be sitting back watching to find out what this loudmouth over there in Iran have to what he's going to do with this situation. Now, let's talk about Donald Trump right quick, Steve, because I'm almost sick at the treatment of Donald Trump. This is really sad what's going on, Steve. This is the ultimate injustice. I think Donald Trump, he's got to go down in history in the U.S. and maybe even the entire world as the man that has been treated unfairly. I've never seen nothing like this before, Steve. The deck is stacked against Donald Trump. He has no cards in his favor in this situation. I mean, the Bragg and this bogus judge, they have literally screwed Donald Trump with no Vaseline. This is disgusting, Steve. They claim that they got the jurors all picked out, and they claim that these people are supposed to be people that can give Donald Trump a fair judgment. And you and I both know that's not the thing. Give him no judgment whatsoever. They might as well. I don't even know why they're having the damn trial. I don't even know why they're having the trial. They ought to go ahead on and announce on Monday or tomorrow that Trump is guilty, because that's what's going to be the final outcome anyway. So they're wasting everybody's time and money because these people are determined to get a criminal charge on Donald Trump. But that's not going to keep Trump from getting in the White House. They can do all they want. This guy is fast. You talk about fast pacing the trial, Steve. This dude here has got this trial going at warp speed. You know, you see how fast he got these jurors. Now they claim that they might be ready to get this thing started on Monday morning. They trying to warp speed this trial to get this man a criminal indictment. But see, here's how it goes, Steve. If I was Donald Trump, I would call a bluff. And on this judge and this fat boy Bragg up there in New York. I call it damn bluff because I don't think he's gonna do a damn thing. If I was Trump, you know, they say he got to show up for court every day for these court hearings. Yeah, guess what? If I was Donald Trump, I wouldn't show up. I wouldn't show up for court. Come and get me, my man. Come and get me, fat boy Bragg. Come and arrest me. That's what I would do if I was Donald Trump. I call it damn bluff. And I guarantee they're not going to arrest Donald Trump because if they were going to arrest him, they'd ought to arrest him already. And as far as his son goes, down in Florida, Barron, his graduation, the hell with that court. Your son only graduates from high school one time. If I was Donald Trump, whatever day his boy graduates from high school, I would be right there in Florida. The hell with him. I get on my Trump airplane and fly directly to Florida and see my son graduate. Send somebody down there in Florida, arrest me, take me back to New York. That's what I would. I call a bluff if I was Donald Trump. They ain't gonna do a damn thing because first of all, they don't have no case against Donald Trump. And like I said, you seen how they played the game with Letitia James, and now she totally disappeared because she realized that she couldn't railroad Donald Trump. She thought she was gonna railroad him out of $500 million, and she only walked away with $100 million, and she shouldn't have got that. So Donald Trump, he needs to start playing hardball with these people, Steve, because they definitely playing hardball with him. And like I said, if I was Donald Trump, I wouldn't show up for court. Next so-called trial starting next week, I wouldn't show up. And like I said, I call it bluff. You want me, come get me, and we'll see who the best man is. Because I think Bragg is nothing but a bunch of hot air, and the whole situation is a damn joke as far as I'm concerned. So we'll find out in the next couple of days what goes down with Donald Trump. But I would call a bluff. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah. So, I mean, I'm sure Donald Trump's getting the legal advice from some of the best attorneys. And, yeah, the judge, of course, did threaten him with contempt of court if he doesn't show up. And I can all but guarantee you that they'd love to be able to do that. He would be playing into their hands. They're playing this cat and mouse game. Hey, we'll be back into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example...
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I say, looking at 24 past the hour, rolling into Friday. And would that be Casual Friday? Morning, Brain Dead. Happy Monday.
Morning. No, it's more like moaning Monday, Steve. I looked at the radar, and we've got this severe weather statement coming along where this line of thunderstorms headed this way. Just what we need is rain down here, Steve.
Right.
No. I know y'all probably hadn't followed what's been going on, but like I said the other night in that little check-in, I said there's been a lot of finger pointing going on, and that's what has been going on with this officer shooting that happened last week. Right now, they say that there are 9 officers on paid suspension because of this shooting, and they also said that the 17-year-old, the one that was injured, will not be charged with anything. I'm sorry. He's in a stolen vehicle at whatever, like 2, 3, whatever o'clock in the morning it is, and he should be charged with something for what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. You know, your buddy's dead. You know, the one that was caught stealing cars and was in a stolen car and probably was asleep. They said was asleep in a stolen car. But the other thing too is a lot of the finger pointing has been going on with the whole the lawmakers in Nashville. They're saying that, well, the kids should not have been out on bond because of this, because of that, and the advocates, you know the ones I'm talking about, the ones like, oh no, well he was just poor, misguided youth that came from a broken home, that that he needed to bond out so he could take care of mama and daddy and the little siblings, and go out here and just do whatever he needed to do. So, but they're throwing that out there, and Mulroy's office is a bunch of bull, has a bunch of bull duty in it. They sat there and said, "Oh no, we fought for a bond. We fought for a bond." Okay, yeah, but the recordings that were pulled out in the meeting, yeah, you fought for a bond, but when they threw out this bond here for that kid, you agreed to the lower bond and not push for the higher bond. There's a problem in this side of the outrage, because there was a lady too, Steve, and I don't know if anybody's listening or not, but there was a lady who hit a police officer during a chase with the spike strips and was released on the same thing, the ROR. Released on recognizance.
She was released the next morning, right?
Yeah. She hit a officer. Now, see, if any of us, and I'm not throwing race out there, please don't take it the wrong way, but if anybody of us does that, we're under the jail, buried, signed, sealed, and delivered. But she does it to get out of a police chase. 24 hours later, she's being shown the door and exit stage left. So what the hell's wrong with the system here? And that's what a lot of the finger points coming out of. And the police director, what's his name? Dingbat, I know is listening and hollering at the radio right now. But the police union guy said that unless we recognize there's a problem, we're never going to fix the problem.
Right. Well, let's hold the thought. We got to pause there.
USA News Update. 2 of the 7 seated jurors in President Trump's hush money criminal trial are being dismissed from the panel. One was released after inquiries into his arrest record, while another was excused due to concerns about media exposure of her identity. Trump continues to appear in the New York court rather than on the campaign trail. Hunter Biden is asking appellate courts in both of his criminal cases to consider dismissing his tax and gun charges. Biden asked the Third Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this week to hear his arguments for dismissal after a judge in Delaware denied Biden's requests to drop 3 felonies related to a 2018 gun purchase. Authorities are continuing their investigation into the origins of the Maui fires from last year, which claimed the lives of 101 people. According to a report by the state attorney general, a significant windstorm caused power lines to topple in Lahaina, igniting that initial fire on that August day. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, we are back on a Friday. Where we leave off there. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead. Happy Monday.
Thank you, Steve, and Merry Christmas to you too, Santa.
Yeah.
Anyway, but now the police union director here was on a little podcast, I think he does, or vlog or whatever it is, And he said that the city has got to recognize that they got a problem and know how to fix the problem. Because if you're an alcoholic, you realize the problem, and the problem is alcohol, and you figure out how to get rid of the problem, which is the alcohol. Same thing with drugs. You know, you keep going on and on and on. The city has realized that's a problem, but there is no good way to fix it. I mean, quite honestly, fixing the bail system is one thing, and it would be helpful. But realistically, I don't know. I really, as long as I'm kind of at a loss for words if you can't tell, but yeah. I just don't know if there's any way. I just don't know if there's any way really to fix the issue, other than, you know, maybe holding the people accountable. I mean, the kid was out for what, a month, and killed this officer. So where's the other outrage out here with the parents and all of that? And I agree, Steve. But no, Steve, let's switch gears here to something a little better. Let's talk about a little sports. How's that, shall we?
What you got?
All right. Now, Steve, you remember in NASCAR, we've been talking about the whole charter thing. Earlier this week, Steve O'Donnell, the chief operating officer for NASCAR, said in an interview that it is the never-ending question about get my tongue to work right. The never-ending question about the team charters. He said that they're close to getting an agreement, but it's not there. They're not where they need to be. Now, according to the three other people familiar with this, they say that no, they're light years apart. So there we go. What's going to happen with NASCAR 2025, Steve? But Kyle Larson also did lose two crew members for the next two races after a tire came off during the last race. Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, and Austin Hill will also lose a crew member this week for inappropriate protective clothing. Now, here's something that may not have been reported on, and I got to do a little more digging on this one, but Austin Dillon's Jackman has been suspended for violating the drug abuse policy. I bet you probably didn't hear that, did you?
No, I have not.
No. Also, Denny Hamlin said in a podcast that they're going to have to really do some more focusing on the whole short track program. He said they're there, but NASCAR is not giving them what they need, which is more horsepower, a little more horsepower at short tracks. The way they're trying to do it is putting grip into the track. Because remember back at Bristol, had all those tires separating? Well, that was their way of how to try to fix all that, and that's not the right way to do it. You got to have the right balance. And to me, Denny Hamlin in the last few years has stepped up and now become a newer version of Dale Earnhardt Sr. Nobody, and don't get me wrong, people, nobody's going to replace Earnhardt, nobody, but he's coming up to be a good close, because Earnhardt would speak his mind up and speak his mind up. And Hamlin is starting to do that a lot more frequently.
And a lot of people either love him or hate him, and that's pretty much where Dale Jr. or Dale Sr. was. He had his massive fan base, people that loved him, and everybody else pretty much hated the Intimidator. Yeah, I think Denny's getting into that category. Yeah, Kyle Busch was... a few years ago, I felt like he was in that category. Not hearing nearly as much about Kyle these days, are we? All right, Brain Dead, have a great weekend. Oh, wait a minute. Enjoy your week, because it's his Monday. What's happening out there, Pappy?
Hey, man. You want to talk about sports? We got us a boxing match over in the Middle East, man. We're in round 2.
Yes. Where are we going with this?
I don't know, Steve. Only round 2, man. I think it's a 15-round bout. So we'll have to see if anybody gets a TKO or not. Steve? Hey, man, I would tell you a story about my uncle. I had this uncle, man. He was a badass. And He was a fighter pilot over there in World War II, and he was going over New Guinea and went down.
You get eaten by cannibals?
Dude, he fought off the cannibals for 3 days and 3 nights. Steve, this dude, man, I swear to God, he does nothing but lie. Lie. One of the first or second times he was running for president back in, the 90s, they called him out on all his lies. I finished 3rd in my class. And Steve, he grew up in every town imaginable. You know, he was raised by blacks. He was raised by Jews. He was raised by Greek Orthodox. A Scranton kid.
He's almost akin now to the 3-year-old that has a big imagination that can just spout off these stories out, off the top of their head. Totally fictitious.
You know? And I'm behaving myself, Steve. I'm not even getting into him, sniffing little kids and groping women. I'm being polite here, But man, this dude. You voting for him, Sundance? Yeah, man, he's our man. God. And again, man, when he was coming down the short steps on Air Force One, Secret Service is right behind him in case he falls. Stephen, as Eagle keeps talking about how they are doing Trump. And you got Hunter Biden. Gets paid $1 million a year or whatever it was. Raise money. Steve, do you know he didn't pay taxes on 2 of them years?
Mm-hmm.
He failed to pay taxes 2 years, $1 million a year. He's not sitting on a trial right now.
Not at this point.
Steve, I sent you some. No, that ain't gonna happen. Sent you some emails with some screenshots. Pangina was talking about this. Steve, we already knew this. Most people did. I won't mention the whistleblower's name. Get you in trouble on Facebook. But remember how we weren't allowed to mention his name? I'm talking about the whistleblower that when Trump was on the phone with the Ukrainian president at the time, I can't remember his name.
Okay.
Talking about Biden, right? Biden getting that prosecutor fired, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Need to look in on this. Well, then the whistleblower came out, right, and said it was a quid pro quo call, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about the soup Nazis. Remember the soup Nazi on Seinfeld? No soup for you. About Biden, you don't get the prosecutor fired, you ain't getting $1 billion. Ain't happening. So that's what Trump was asking them to check into. And the whistleblower came out, Steve, and you weren't allowed to mention his name. If you speak his name, your tongue will be cut out. And then Trump released a transcript of the call. Remember that?
Yep. Yes, he did.
And it totally blew this guy's, that was after Adam Schiff got up there and lied to the American people straight. Steve, here's what I'm getting at. I'm just babbling on here. This whistleblower, Steve, he was an advisor for the vice president's detail when the vice president was running the whole thing over in Ukraine there. Obama appointed him as an advisor to Joe Biden, Steve. He was advising Biden on all the Ukraine stuff. So he knew exactly what Trump was trying to get to. Oh, man. They got some emails going back and forth talking about Hunter. Steve, guess who else this whistleblower worked for? Name John Brennan ring a bell with you?
Yes, it does.
The CIA director at the time. Steve, that's why they did not want this dude's name out. If people started mentioning his name, they would start looking into him and find out what his connections really were. And Adam Schiff and Chucky Schumer trying to make it out that he's just some good guy working in the White House, trying to be, do the right thing by diming out Trump. And he ain't nothing but an operative, Steve. What a joke. These people were, Steve, you've got to admire, man. They are cunning, boy. They are cunning, man. I'm going to leave you with this. Tell me if you heard this. Germany has announced that this summer there's going to be no operating them gas-powered engines on the weekend, Steve. Nope, no gas for you.
No gas.
Did you hear this?
No.
Yeah, President of Germany came out and said, due to the climate crisis, driving vehicles on the weekend is going to be forbidden. You got to cut down on this, Steve. People, that'll never come here. That'll never. You know how everything starts over in Europe.
Absolutely, yeah.
Its way over here. Everybody says, "Hey, can never happen here." You don't think so? Steve, listen. Iran has at least atomic weapons, if not nukes already. For the last 10 years, all we've heard was it's just a matter of years. For the last 5 years, just a matter of weeks.
Yeah, weeks or days, weeks or days. And it's, years have passed. So that you'd think they've got them, right?
Yeah, they got them. Steve, you remember me, real quick again, you remember me telling you about the welfare tax? That you're going to get taxed on what you own?
Yes, correct.
Steve, they are pushing this. Bongino was talking about this. If Biden gets reelected, this is going to happen. They are going to tax the crap out of us, man. You think you're hurting now? Sundance, you think you're not paying, the big guys aren't paying their fair share? They're going to tax your wealth. So if you own a $200,000 house, Steve, and it's not paid off, you're still making payments on it, and you do not sell that house even, you're just going on life day by day. Come tax day, Steve, whatever that house is worth, whatever the county auditor says that house is worth, they are taxing you. And besides your property tax, the welfare tax. That house is worth $200,000. They're going to tax you on it. How would you like to come up with $10,000? Just on your house, Steve. Not talking anything else.
Sounds to me like a Boston Tea Party
I'm
coming.
telling you.
Taxation without representation.
And Steve, man, I'm telling you, he warned of this. If he gets elected, this is coming. You own a car? You own a coin collection? Any kind of art? Even though you don't sold it, Steve, haven't sold it, it's sitting in your safe, man. And hey, don't try to hide none of that, Steve. Don't try to cheat the IRS, man. Black boots will come and hook you up. Yes, sir. All right. all I got, brother. Back to work the weekend.
Yeah, after the Kelly week. Gotta have to shave, apparently, huh?
Yeah, I got to shave. Hey, it was casual Friday about 45 minutes ago because I took a shower and shaved that off. And if Mercedes wasn't home, I might have been real casual Friday hanging out on the couch talking to y'all.
Okay, too much information.
We don't want to even think about that.
Thanks, Pappy. Hey, I pulled the scoop up there out of Germany. They're throwing the idea out there, and to some extent, it's already been proposed here. If you think back here, though, over the last few weeks, where the Biden administration had sent out like the decree to the states, all the states out there are going to have to come up with some targets to reduce their emissions. Remember that? And then I think 20-some states have already filed suit, and the courts are saying they've overstepped their jurisdiction. You don't have, EPA doesn't have the power to tell the states what to do when it comes to reducing their emissions. This was kind of the step in that direction. The German transport minister, receiving backlash after threatening to impose weekend driving bans in the summer to abide by the climate protection law. We've got to decarbonize. Greenhouse emissions of Europe's biggest economy fell to the lowest level in 70 years last year, but the transport sector has been consistently failing to meet their climate targets. So they've already got their targets set there. According to the current climate protection law, the ministry responsible for underperforming sectors must launch an immediate program to put them back on track. The transport minister has so far resisted introducing such a program for the sector, saying incoming amendments to the climate protection law would allow the sector to miss their CO2 cuts target if Germany's total emission target is met. All in the name of climate change. No driving. You ain't allowed on the roads on the weekend. Now those target projections for emission reductions, CO2 reductions, that's what the EPA was trying to, as I said, send out and require all the states to come up with some form or fashion. They didn't say how they had to do it. They just said, you've got to come up with a way. You've got to tell us, how are you going to find a way to reduce CO2 emissions in your state?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let's see, which liberal city can come up with this week's dumbest idea to deal with the migrant crisis. We're following thousands of illegals that are flowing into cities all over the country. You name it. I don't care where you live. Everybody's in a border city now. Denver is seeing this influx of migrants. They're struggling to find a way to pay all the costs for these illegals. Here's the brilliant idea of the week. How about a total dumbass nomination? The Denver Finance Committee has approved $14.6 million in cuts to the city's police and fire departments. A slice of $41 million in overall cuts. Why do they have to cut all this money? Well, they have to pay for the newcomer operations. That's what they're calling them, the newcomers, the illegals. That's the Democrats' mayor's phrase for housing illegals, the newcomer operations. $8.9 million in cuts to the city's police department approved by the Denver City Council Finance and Governance Committee earlier this week, the largest ever cut in the city budget. The sheriff's office is also facing a $3.8 million cut, the fire department $2.4 million. It advanced to the full city council Monday. If approved, it goes in effect on May the 10th. According to KDVR, Denver is clawing back the $41 million in an effort to help offset $89.9 million in costs associated with being a sanctuary city for illegals. After more than a year of facing this crisis together, Denver finally has this is a sustainable plan to treat our newcomers with dignity while avoiding the worst cuts to city services, according to Denver's mayor. Now, the cuts to the police and fire represent the largest in terms of dollars. Denver is sheltering more than 41,000 illegals at a cost of $68 million. There's currently 712 illegals in Denver's hotel shelter, 86 in short-term shelter. The bulk of the $89.9 million they plan to spend on migrants, $51.7 million is to cover shelter and housing. Let's just cut the police budget.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. All 12 jurors have been seated in former President Donald Trump's criminal trial in New York City. The judge in the case announcing we now have a jury. The jury consists of 7 men and 5 women. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer spent some time meeting with the Prime Minister of Ukraine on Thursday. The chamber leader telling the Prime Minister that he commends the work of Ukrainians amidst ongoing attacks from Russian forces.
Your people are valiant. I've seen them. Your president is valiant, and you are, and we're with the Ukrainian people.
The White House is cleaning up a lie President Biden told on Wednesday. Biden saying his uncle was eaten by cannibals at a campaign stop in Pennsylvania. Biden mentioning also that his uncle Ambrose Finnegan was killed during World War II and then made a reference to cannibalism.
He got shot down in New Guinea. And they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
Aboard Air Force One, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre informing reporters that Biden was simply expressing his immense pride in Finnegan and that there is no truth to the claim that he was eaten in New Guinea. Hunter Biden is asking appellate courts in both of his criminal cases to consider dismissing his tax and gun charges. Biden asking the Third Circuit Court of Appeals earlier this week to hear his arguments for dismissal after a judge in Delaware denied Biden's request to drop 3 felonies related to a 2018 gun purchase. Biden also asking the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals last week to dismiss 9 tax charges he is facing in California, including failure to pay taxes and filing false returns. The average rate on a standard 30-year fixed mortgage jumped by nearly 0.25 percentage point to 7.1. That's according to mortgage giant Freddie Mac. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Education Department is continuing to go after a Christian university. USA's Jen Gelber has the details.
Department of Education Secretary Miguel Cardona has vowed to shut down Grand Canyon University, the largest Christian university in the U.S., for not disclosing the true cost of tuition to students, requiring them to pay extra for courses they would need to graduate. The school was fined $37.7 million. Grand Canyon University President Brian Mueller believes the university is being targeted by the Department of Education.
Ever since we filed the complaint, they have started these 4 investigations, and these 4 investigations have been huge investigations that have led to real trivial results, but it's cost us millions of dollars. And so finally we had to say, hey, something else has to be going on here.
Google is firing 28 employees following protests over labor conditions and the company's contract to supply cloud computing and AI services to the Israeli government and military. CNBC reporting that the decision comes on the heels of the arrest of 9 Google employees for trespassing after staging a sit-in at company offices in New York and California. In a memo to staff regarding the firings, Google stated behavior such as this is unacceptable in our workplace and will not be tolerated. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, we kick off our final hour, lest I forget. Don't want to forget our heroes of the week. Dingbat did her due diligence this week, scouring for individuals that might be considered a hero. Let's start with West Harrison, Indiana, where an Indiana teen who went viral on social media after he refused to take the American flag off of his truck in the high school parking lot. Now, locally, I saw that story about a week ago. I guess that viral story made its way all over the country. Now, that teenager was asked by an Oklahoma family to help lay a 13-year-old who had lost his battle with cancer to rest. 17-year-old Cameron Blasek has since installed an American flag wrap on his Dodge Ram pickup. He recently made the 16-hour drive to Oklahoma to honor the family and the boy's request. Something you think's just so little can mean so much to somebody else, he said. He said he got the message from the family in Oklahoma who said, "We have a little boy here in Hollis, Oklahoma, 13 years old, and is battling cancer. He said his final wish was to be taken to his final resting place in the flag truck." Cameron said the family had seen the story about his pickup truck on social media. He said, honestly, the first thing that went through my mind was my youngest brother. He's 14. Not far from that age. And it just kind of hit me from there. I'm trying to help out as much as I could. With his father as a traveling partner, Cameron drove the 16-hour trip, which he said every mile and every minute was worth it. I never expected any of this from the beginning. All I wanted was to fly the flag on the back of my truck, and I'm happy that's what I got. But I'm also happy to help other people out. Ultimately, we ended up taking the little boy from the high school, driving him around town one last time, and then to his final resting place. These are the kind of moments that represent the American flag, you said. That's why, he said, I stood up for my beliefs when I was asked by my high school to remove the flag from my truck. Like I said from day one, the flag is a symbol of unity. It's something everybody can come together on, no matter who you are, what you look like, or where you come from. Memory serves, I think that story was he refused to move the flag, and I think he got suspended from the school, if that's the one. Then it was a fun night at the hockey rink that could have had a tragic ending if not for a speedy Good Samaritan who saved the day. Asia Davis and her 4-year-old son, Nasir, were watching the American Hockey League Cleveland Monsters recently when a puck flew out of play directly toward the young boy inside the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Fortunately, a fast-acting man seated near the pair reached his arm out and blocked that puck, preventing what could have been a catastrophe. The puck was coming so fast, especially when I realized it was coming, it was already there. He doesn't realize he almost got taken out by a hockey puck. The moment was actually caught on video. Davis said she didn't catch the man's name, so she turned to TikTok to help track him down. She asked other viewers on social media to help her find the man who saved her son. And the video quickly went viral. The Monsters caught wind of the TikTok and actually helped track down Andrew Podolak. Asia Davis turned to TikTok to help find Andrew Podolak, a coordinated fan who saved her 4-year-old from being hit by a hockey puck at the Cleveland Monsters game. Podolak says, I was just coming out trying to enjoy a hockey game. Next thing you know, everything blowing up on social media. This, that, and the other, and the whole bunch of people were contacting me after the heartwarming tale of heroism and gratitude made the rounds online. Davis and her son reunited with Podolak at center ice for a ceremonial puck drop. I guess that was last Saturday. He says, I'm just thankful I was there, right place, right time, and I guess that puck was headed right for that kid's face or head, something along that line. So, all right, tip of the hat, heroes of the week. Knucklebuster.
Thanks for having me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summer. Well, even though I've had my house paid off for 3 years, I still have to pay $1,000 a year in property tax. I just set $20 a week in my little cookie jar over there, and that's how I pay my property taxes there. Now, hump day, I was coming through Talladega over there, Steve, and then over into Birmingham on up to Memphis. And let me tell you something. Every damn one of them over there thought they was a NASCAR driver, Steve. I mean, you catch one of them, oh, no, I got to go now. Well, the insurance companies are driving all this garbage. I've got that Detroit Driving Assistant Program on this truck. It's got the lane departure warning, the distance warning, the collision warning, and it even has the automatic brake as long as I keep the cruise on. But if I take cruise off, it won't slam on them brakes for me there. But the lane departure warning, it's got a button over there on the dash. I can turn it off. So I don't have to worry about it there, right? Well, it tells me the speed of a vehicle in front of me, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, ain't it? This guy in front of me is doing 64 miles an hour. I'm 262 feet away from him, 2.3 seconds before I crashed into him. So I better get over in that left lane, right?
Right.
Yep, you better protect your driving record out here, without a doubt. The first truck I ever drove, I was 5-year-old, drove a Diamond Teak cab over, and my dad, that was his truck, and I was sitting on his knee, but I think actually he was driving it. I was just sitting there riding, right? And it used to be fun out here, but it's not anymore. I never fell asleep with a microphone in my hand, Steve. Have you?
I don't believe I have. No, who did that?
Yeah. Well, Eagle said he fell asleep with a CB microphone in his hand, right? Talking to drivers.
Oh, yeah, back in the day, yeah.
At least that's what I thought I heard him say.
Right, way back in the day.
Yeah, that was back in the day there. Okay.
Well, he falls asleep with
I've
the
had some
smartphone. He falls asleep with his smartphone in his hand on a pretty regular basis, waiting to talk to Steve Summers.
I know that's right there. Well, I've had some bad dreams about truck driving. I've dreamed I've actually had a crash going down the road or getting back there and be so tired. And when you lay down on the bed and you wake up and you think the truck's rolling off on you and you jump up there and try to drive it and slam on the brakes and realize, well, hell, I ain't going nowhere there, right?
It's all a dream.
Yeah, absolutely. And January 2025, Steve, I'll be old enough to really hang it up. But like I told my boss, man, I'll be driving one day and then y'all can bury me the next. Can I call you after the show? I got something I want to tell you, but I promised the person that told this to me that I wouldn't tell you on the air.
Okay, you can do that. I'll be here.
Yeah, I'm going to. All right. Well, it's not, well, I don't know. It might be crazy, it might not. I don't know. We'll see what you think when I talk to you. All right. Have a good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Let's get this lonely shower out of the way, and then we can all go kick your feet up and get a cold one.
There you go. Sounds like a plan on a Friday morning. There you go. Okay, other industry headlines. Got an update on, I guess it was about a week ago. Remember the story about the guy that had been refused to renew his CDL, went kind of bat crap crazy and plowed into the building? Texas officials have filed several new charges, including murder, after the alleged driver drove that stolen big rib into the DPS office last week. This past day, the Washington County District Attorney's Office filing new charges against 42-year-old Clenard Parker, including felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon on a public servant, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and criminal mischief. Previously, he had been charged with three counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, causing serious bodily injury, one count of evading arrest or detention causing serious bodily injury, and one count of unauthorized use of a vehicle. What he thought was a bad day the prior day when he was not allowed to renew his CDL, he is now in a real world of hurt, to say the least. This after he ultimately killed 78-year-old Bobby Huff and left several other people injured as he attempted to renew his CDL at that office in Brenham, but the application was rejected. We still have not learned why that rejection took place, but it was the next day. He steals the semi, leads the sheriff's office on a pursuit before crashing into the DPS building, then backing the truck out of the building in an apparent attempt to strike it again when he was apprehended by police. According to the mayor there, had he been able to strike the building again, could have brought the entire building down. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, we'll pick up there on a Friday morning. Brother Ambler, good morning.
Well, praise God. Well, good morning, brother. I'm glad to be online. We've had a lot of great calls tonight, man. And I know I've been on hold for almost an hour and 20 minutes, so we've had a lot of great calls. And shout out to everybody tonight, and I enjoyed Monkey Gouger's call. I missed Grump's call. Sandman taxed me for 45 minutes. I had to pay my taxes to the old Sandman.
Uh-oh.
And if you're new to truck driving, that means I had to get me a little 45-minute nap there, you know. But, man, I was just, listening to Monkey Gouger's call and just reminiscing of when I first started, Steve. When I first started, I got on the truck right there in Memphis. And my first load as a rookie driver, 22 years old, no cell phone, no GPS, just had a laminated map, a brand new map that I had bought. And my first load was a drop and hook going from Memphis to North Bergen, New Jersey. Then from there, this is like my first trip by myself off the truck with my trainer and everything. 22 years old. Like I said, I didn't know what a GPS was. I'd been like a monkey trying to figure out a math problem.
Mm-hmm.
If you said that to me back in 1998. So, yeah. So we did a drop. I bobtailed up there to Yonkers, picked up a roller coaster that was in a moving van trailer. And because when the company I first got started with found out I didn't have a criminal record, that I can go to Canada, boy, they tried to send me up there as often as possible. So my second load was from Yonkers, New York to Calgary, Alberta, Canada for the Calgary Stampede to deliver that roller coaster. Crossed the border right there on I-29, and North Dakota didn't even have a clue what a duty-free store was. But went through Medicine Hat, Regina, went down my first grade. Know what I'd seen what a grade was whenever I was with my trainer, but went down some steep grade. All it had was a cement truck and pointed down in Canada. And found me a truck stop, called the number, used the phone inside there, and figured out had to go into downtown Calgary to drop that roller coaster off. Then they sent me to a drop yard, pick up a trailer, come deadhead down to Frenchtown, Montana, to drop that trailer, pick up a load to one of rolls of paper, and take it from Frenchtown straight down. I went down I-15 and picked up 93 and went down to El Centro, California. And, man, that was like my first week and a half out there, driving a truck that was governed at 57 miles an hour. No cell phone. I mean, back then,
right, it didn't exist.
I remember they did. I can remember getting my first cell phone. I pulled into the Petro in San Antonio, and there was an AT&T dealer out there. I remember I called up Dirty Diapers. I said, hey, can I use your address? Because back then he was living in Tampa, Florida. And I got my first cell phone back then, but, that was after, over a year being in trucking. Brother, let me tell you, there was no Black Mollies for me. There was no White Crosses for me. There was straight up Mountain Dew, Marlboro Light cigarettes. That's what I used to smoke back then. And coffee is how I got from point A to point B. And also listening to your dad, listening to Bill Mack and anything else I could find, buying numerous cassette tapes and stuff like that. And when I went to bed at night, Steve, I got addicted to listening and reading Louis L'Amour books. Man, I buy Louis L'Amour.
Those old westerns.
I can relate to him because, buddy, let me tell you what. My favorite character was always Lance Kilkenny. That was my favorite one that he ever wrote about was Lance Kilkenny. And I can relate because I'd been out there seeing I-70 my first time. I remember my first time going out there seeing an I-70. I'm like, wow, no wonder this is where Mel Blanc got the idea for the Roadrunner and the Roadrunner and the Wile E. Coyote, because that's what the rock formations look like to me. So, but that's back when it was fun, and it was a blast back then. It was all new. I can remember going down I-90, leaving Wall, South Dakota, and then being flat, then coming down this hill, and I thought I was looking at the ocean because the Missouri River was so huge. That was the way it was back then.
Wow.
But it has changed, and I forget who the caller was that said it a while ago. It ain't mainly the four-wheelers. It is the 18-wheeler drivers that are doing the dumbest things now out here. I think that was Monkey Gouger said that.
Yeah, it was Cue Ball. I think that was Cue Ball. It might have been Monkey Gouger. One or the other.
Cue Ball.
Yeah.
Cue Ball. One or the other. You're right. Yeah. You're right. And Eagle, you're absolutely right. Iran, the Great Persian Empire, is written all throughout the Bible. Go back in the archives. I've talked about it, or come visit us at Determined Ministries Church. I'll probably talk about it again this Sunday if the Lord allows it. And anyone out there, you're driving during the weekend, you ain't got nothing to do, you want to have church, man, just look us up on Facebook, set that phone in your cubby hole, put us on the Bluetooth speakers, and hear some good old gospel singing, and get preached to what the Lord will have me say. So we'd like to have you. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m. We love to have you. And stay tuned afterwards at the 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern for Steve Summers and the Overnight Drive. Go visit his website at overnightdrive.com. Get your swag. And God shooting, y'all be safe out there this weekend. And remember this. Love is not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and we want to hear back from you Monday. Tell us how great your weekend is. Good night, everyone, and I love you, Brother Steve.
All right, thanks for checking in. You enjoy. Have a great weekend. All right, about a minute for a news break here. We got an official memo. I think Braindead forwarded this to me this past day, if memory serves. The global shipping giant Maersk releasing a detailed update on their operations in regard to the Key Bridge collapse there in Baltimore. Maersk, the big shipping company that chartered the MV Dolly, has now confirmed that the vessel's owners have invoked the general average, GA as they call it. Maersk has urged customers with cargo aboard the Dolly to promptly inform their cargo insurers about that declaration. Much more, give you the update, how things are transpiring there in the Port of Baltimore. First, we'll get our news update Friday morning. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. President Biden garnering significant support as more than a dozen members of the renowned Kennedy family endorsed him. The Kennedys stood alongside the president during a campaign gathering in Philadelphia Thursday.
This campaign is about Trump versus Biden.
And what we need to do today is focus on Biden winning.
That's Kerry Kennedy, daughter of the late Senator and presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy. The endorsement serves as a rebuff to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s independent bid for the White House. The U.S. is hitting Iran with new sanctions. The sanctions target Iranian leaders and entities connected to the country's missile and drone program. Police in New York removing anti-Israel demonstrators at Columbia University who erected tents on a campus lawn Wednesday, then declined to leave. Clad in riot gear, officers are dismantling the camp and apprehending students for trespassing. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor. Guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
We've talked about polls on the Grand National Tour and across the Rust Belt. Now it's time to shine the spotlight on the upper Midwestern and Southeastern zones. And two Middle American companies have signed on the dotted line to etch their names onto these two circuits. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's territory that encompasses Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and a poll each in Illinois and North Dakota is known as Region 3. But this year, that moniker has expanded thanks to the sponsorship of Terramax, a microbial crop research group located in Eagan, Minnesota. Terramax makes azospirillum-based and rhizobia-based products that help plants' root system effectively pull nitrogen from the air and excess nutrients from the soil. The result is higher crop yields and stronger plant development. The NTPA thanks Terramax for its involvement in 2024. And so the Terramax Region 3 circuit will begin in Ellsworth, Wisconsin on Saturday, June 8th. Tone, Wisconsin's Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals will have 3 regional classes over the weekend of June 20th through the 22nd. Then in July, Watford City, North Dakota's Pro National will overtake the McKenzie County Fairgrounds on Friday and Saturday the 5th and 6th. And Lancaster, Wisconsin's Full Throttle Shootout will also be held on the 6th. Decorah and Eagle Grove, Iowa will put the Hawkeye State front and center on Thursday and Friday, June 11th and 12th at the Winneshiek and Wright County Fairs, respectively. On the 13th, it's River Falls, Wisconsin, and Smokin' Thunder by the Kinney. The two-night tradition returns to the Anoka County Fair in Minnesota for the Coors Light Shootout on Thursday and Friday, July 25th and 26th. Newcomers Jordan, Minnesota, and Humboldt, Iowa share both these dates, as Jordan happens on the 25th with a poll at the Scott County Fair, and the Humboldt County Fair poll occurs on the 26th. And Saturday the 27th also doubles up with a throwdown at Hoedown at the Houston Fest Grounds in Minnesota and the Dunn County Fair Pole in Menominee, Wisconsin. The Terramax Region 3 circuit opens August with a visit for the 4.1 Pro Stock tractor class at the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell from the 1st to the 3rd. On Saturday the 10th, the Lions Club in Norwalk, Wisconsin hosts their regional national that is well into its 6th decade. 2 weeks later, the Waupaca County Fair Pole in Weyauwega, Wisconsin hosts the NTPA on August 24th. And September is for crowning champions, first at the Regional Nationals in Wisconsin on Sunday, September 1st, and last at Thursday's Truck Night at the DeKalb County Fair Pole in Sandwich, Illinois on the 5th. Now that's just in time for Region 4 to take the stage as the Robeson County 300 invades Lumberton, North Carolina on Friday and Saturday, September 6th and 7th. And the regular season finale takes place 6 weeks later at the NC State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh from Friday, October 18th through Sunday, October 20th. As it happens, the NTPA's Southeastern Territory also carries a sponsorship banner, namely that of Pro Polar Tires, makers of the 24.5 hole shot tire in 10, 12, and 14-ply ratings, as well as competition tires for tractor classes that use 18.4, 20.8, 24.5, and 30.5 widths. Pro Polar's production facilities are located near Firth, Nebraska, so welcome Pro Polar Tires to both the association and specifically to the Pro Polar Tire Region 4 circuit in Benson, Lumberton, and Raleigh. As we are rolling tape on this report, the Region 6 season is wrapping up, crowning champs and punching 4 tickets to the 37th Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio in September. We'll note the winners and congratulate the first of our 2024 standard bearers next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, one last time. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. The updates, NTPA action. All right, back to the Port of Baltimore. I think we left off with Maersk urging customers with cargo aboard the Dolly, which, how many containers? It's like 4,000 containers are on that darn thing. Meanwhile, the Baltimore captain of the port has announced the opening of 2 temporary alternate channels, which I think we knew this several days ago, for commercially essential vessels in the Port of Baltimore. However, at just 11 and 14 feet deep, nowhere near deep enough to accommodate the large ocean-going container vessels that Maersk and the other carriers use for ports in Baltimore and other East Coast ports. Army Corps of Engineers Baltimore District is planning a 3rd alternate channel due to open, they hope, by the end of this month at 35 feet deep. Now, that would provide additional limited access to the Port of Baltimore, be enough to accommodate some larger vessels. However, they say for perspective, the main Fort McHenry channel is 50 feet deep, and the maximum draft for vessels transiting the Panama Canal's Neo-Panamex locks is currently 44 feet. So to increase to 45 feet starting on June the 15th. Maersk says they're awaiting confirmation from the Baltimore captain of the port via unified command regarding details about the third channel. Now, they say while new bookings into or out of the port of Baltimore are not being accepted, Maersk continues to serve the greater Baltimore area via alternative ports such as Newark, Norfolk, and Philadelphia. They're working with customers to determine the best solution for their cargo service to and from Baltimore and the surrounding areas. Now, they say customers who plan to make their own arrangements for their Baltimore cargo are asked to inform Maersk representative to allow for system updates and operational planning. Furthermore, all new Maersk spot ocean bookings to and from Baltimore are temporarily suspended. Now, they said, we understand your need for clarity on your cargo as well as future changes to our routes regarding Baltimore. We are diligently working to identify solutions. We'll inform you as soon as possible of changes to the current and future cargo to Baltimore. All right, Sundance Kid on a Friday. What's happening?
Hey, Casual Friday. Hey, I just want to. I love the calls tonight, and I'm working with investors, and we're going to try to take over the trucking industry. We're going to set it up where drivers work out of their home city, and they don't work out of a terminal. Companies will have their trucks like shippers will have a truck. We'll have a truck at each shipper in every city, and the drivers will go out and back. $50 an hour, no mileage pay. Mileage pay is the biggest scam in the history of the world, because and I understand how they get that $90,000 a year your first year, because they say, oh, you make 60 cents a mile and you average 60 miles an hour. They say 36 miles an hour, or 60 miles an hour, that's $36 an hour. And then you work about 3,000 hours a year. Well, that makes sense, but that's not real life, because freight doesn't move more than about 28 miles an hour. So, and it's also based on if you do. All right, so here truck drivers. Here's a little math. 8 3/4 hours a day is all you can work without ever running out of time on your log. So if you work a bunch between Monday and Saturday, you're out of hours for the next 2.5 days. But see, the new hours of service, they allowed you to work even more, so they wouldn't, so you can take a 34 and you can just keep running. So they got you again, but that way they had to raise the price, so the rates for you guys, they let you work even more. So, I'm working Monday through Saturday this week. I'm going to run about 3,800 miles because I run 650 a day. So I can run because I have a schedule and appointments, and that's it. No delay time. I leave, I drive 5 hours, I get unloaded, reloaded, go back to where I started. 650 miles a day. I can do that 6 days a week. That's a lot of miles. But I'm working that many, 68 hours a week. But old way, I would have to shut down on Monday because I wouldn't be able to work. But now I can take a 34 when I get in Saturday, and I don't have to start again until Monday night. So, but not everybody's got that. But I'm working 70 hours a week, which is a year and a half of hours just to make what I should make in a year. But anyway, I just wanted to find out, what kind of hot dogs do you like, Steve?
If I'm typically Oscar Mayer is probably my first pick. Then we have something, I don't know if they're all over the country. Conn's hot dogs. I think they're a Cincinnati made hot dog.
Is that with a K or a C?
With a K. Kahns. Conn's. Yeah.
Okay. I got you. Then do you put anything on it, like chili, cheese, onions?
Depending on whatever my mood is. Now, typically, I mean, for just a hot dog, I'm a mustard and ketchup kind of guy. Maybe relish summertime, but yeah. Actually, when we do the Cincinnati style chili thing, I order the ones without the hot dog. I get what they call a chili sandwich. That's the chili and the cheese, no onions.
Ready?
And believe it or not, yeah, a lot of people say you're crazy. That's not a coney. You ain't got the hot dog on it. But yeah, there you go. Yeah, I think we may have lost our connection briefly. It's coming back up here.
Audio recording is on.
All right, you're still there, Sundance. We lost signal for a moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm good. I'm here. Yeah.
So I don't know if you could hear me, but so I do the ketchup and the mustard thing, maybe relish in the summertime, not all the time. And when I do the Cincinnati style chili, if I go to like the Skyline or Gold Star, I actually order what they call a chili sandwich. I don't want to. I get my chili sandwich. It's the chili and the cheese and the mustard and no hot dog.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering because that's what I was wondering about the chili, the Skyline chili stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't know how good that would be on a hot dog.
Yeah. It's a preference every once in a while. I mean, it's distinctively different when you got the hot dog on it. I'll grant you that. It's every once in a while, I'll get a hankering. But if I get 2 cheese conies, I'll end up eating one of them, and I'll take the hot dog off the others. So,
I got you. All right. All right, one more thing. What was the best meal you've ever had?
Oh, man, that's a difficult one.
Was it on a cruise ship by chance?
Probably. I'm thinking of because I've had an opportunity to have things that I otherwise would never be able to afford or buy out at a restaurant or whatever. I mean, I'm thinking a really good steak dinner, but they've got a Montgomery Inn, as it's called here. It's a Cincinnati thing as well. They got like 3 different locations. That's probably the best steak dinner that I think I've ever had. On the cruise ships, they've had. Yeah, you get the lobster and the filet mignon and all that, but I mean, believe it or not, I wasn't really a big fan of the lobster. I'll get something else now on lobster night.
Right. Well, you know how lobster became so popular, right?
I have no idea. I think it's a lot more hype than it's. I mean, it didn't really have any taste to me. You dip it in the butter sauce or whatever. Otherwise, it's just really bland, I thought.
Right. Well, see, all right, so I was watching How Food That Built America.
Yeah.
All right, so the railroads needed something to put on the trains to travel across the country that was cheap.
Yeah.
And lobster used to be cheap. Like it was a garbage fish or whatever you want to call it, shellfish. But they put it on the trains and they took it, and when people got it across the country, like in Ohio and Iowa, well, they've never tasted anything like this, and they went crazy for it. They're like, they've never had nothing like this, and that's why the price of lobster is crazy, because it used to be garbage, and now people pay $20 a pound or whatever.
It's crazy.
But like you said, it has no flavor. But if you want to do something that's not lobster, that's cheaper, try monkfish, because they eat lobster on the bottom of the ocean, and they taste like what they eat. So it's called monkfish, M-O-N-K.
Okay, and I've never heard of that one. I'll keep that in mind. Then as far as like getting the steak dinner on the cruise ship, now, not at the normal dining hall. Yeah, you got to pay like that $30 a person extra to go up to the upper level. They've got a steakhouse on all the cruise ships. And you talk about a good steak. I mean, we typically, the wife and I, get the filet mignon. They've got the T-bone. They got all the different cuts and choices there. But yeah, those are top-notch steak dinners. Definitely worth the extra cost. So yeah, that's about it. I tried caviar once. I was really disappointed in that. They said all this, the incredible cost of caviar. I thought it was horrible. One bite and that was it. I've never touched it again. Blech, fish eggs. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
So, of course, I had to do a quick search. I'm not familiar. Monkfish, that is one ugly fish, that is for sure. The first question, is monkfish good for you? Just low in fat and calories, monkfish is packed with beneficial minerals, protein, and vitamins, a good source of selenium, a powerful antioxidant that's good for your heart and your thyroid, and boost the immune system. Monkfish is also full of brain-boosting vitamin B6 and B12. Next question was, why is monkfish so expensive? It says because it's a deep-sea fish that's difficult to catch. It is also a popular ingredient in gourmet restaurants, which can drive up the price. Okay. That's funny. Why? The question is, why is monkfish so expensive? And then the next question is, why is monkfish so cheap? How can it be both ways? It says in the United States, monkfish is considered an underutilized species, although fishermen have always been able to count on it for a reasonable market. Europeans love it so much that they depleted their own stocks and call it the poor man's lobster. In Asia, the stomachs and livers are considered a delicacy. Well, I'll leave that for you. Never mind. Two-time world champion Bull Holler, what's going on?
Morning, Steve. I've actually had monkfish before, and it's pretty good stuff. And I ate it it was actually in a higher end restaurant on the West Coast one time that we got to try it. So it's pretty tasty. So, hey, I wanted to come on and tell Sundance Kid he should do an investment study for livestock transportation. It's a lot different than regular trucking, and we always need drivers over here, and we get a lot more than 8 hours a day we get a drive in that. And I just work for a company, but I always make over six figures every year, so if guys get tired of sitting around truck stops with freight and that, you should look into coming into this side. We need good drivers over here all the time, you know, and it's hard to find guys that want to do this on a regular basis.
That's the thing. I think you said once before that you can't be some lazy ass that just wants to sit behind a wheel or whatever. You actually have to work when you're doing what you do. Yeah.
Well, you know, we've got a whole separate hours of service deal, you know, that sets it up so that we can get the kind of loads done that we do, you know, and I've never drove a truck in this business that had a Kubota motor in it or was plastic or anything like that either, you know, so you get pretty good equipment to do it, and you got to be willing to get run over and kicked and chewed on a few times and that, but it's a good business, and we got a lot of places that are kind of out of the way that we know of. If we get a chance to sleep or something, or we want some quiet, we can kind of sneak off. We don't have to hang out in a lot of truck stops and things like that. So, you know, anybody that wants to get a change, I always encourage them to talk to one of these companies. And company where I work out here, it's a international livestock company, so we've got a pretty sweet deal over here as company drivers, you know, and I do pretty good at it. So I just want to throw that out there because I know a lot of guys don't like what they're doing, or they're not getting enough pay. And the thing is, with what we do too, Steve, is when I leave the house, I'm not willing to sit around anywhere for very long until I get home, because that's a waste of my time.
Yep.
And I've always been that way, and I've always thought that way. And if it gets slow enough, I just pack up and go home and start over again, you know. But it very seldomly do you have to sit for 10 or 15 hours a day doing this, or not very often. So, I mean, I like doing it, but I just put it out there if anybody wants to try it, you know, look into it. It's a different change, but it's a different type of trucking though too, because like the guys at OOIDA, they don't really relate to it. I got to talk to Louis too at the truck show and that, and we shared some stories in that, but you know, they don't really they can't really advocate for us because we've got a whole different plan of action going on, you know, and so it kind of makes us an outlier too.
Yeah. Do you have to be able to?
I just want to throw that out there.
You got to be able to tolerate the smell of cow crap.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. If they kick it in your face when they're going off the trailer, this is the only part of the industry you can drive shit-faced and not get canned for it. They kick it all over you.
I hear you. That is a true fact. All right. Hey, Lauren Weiss, great to hear from you. And when you do get home, say hello to the hot blonde wife. It was good to meet her there in Louisville at the Mid-America Truck Show. I kind of wondered where he had been, but I'm looking at the clock and, yeah, hey, Becky, horse feathers. We ain't got time. So we'll chat with you maybe early next week. You can give us a full report what the hell's been going on, right? Yeah, several folks have been out, missing MIA, as they say. As in the scarecrow this morning. Hey, have a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much for being a part of the program. Hope you'll join us at the midnight hour, Sunday night, Monday morning, and we'll do it all over again.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.